And you are live. Hello, everyone. Not often I do streams one after the other, but just to firstly, probably to point out what it seems that people missed. I try to, give some hints and information about, things not being what they seem, and nobody. Well, I say nobody. Somebody may have done, but just didn't say. But somebody did make a comment. Got no idea, no imagination, nothing. Just the usual negative response. It's not, hello, INFJ, how are you? Good to see you back. It's probably better to see my back than it is my front, but yeah. Hey, howdy, Davey. So, yeah, I was talking about the Yellow Brick Road. I was talking about the Wizard of Oz. And nothing. Nothing. Right under your nose and nothing. I talked about the meek, the brave. What was the other one? Basically, the Scarecrow, the Lion, and the Tin Man. Nothing. Yellowstone Road, Yellow Brick Road. Meek, brave, I can't remember what the other one was now. Oh, what was it? Can't remember. It's gone straight out of my head. Just crazy. So that's why you don't find out any answers, because you don't ask any questions. You don't say, what if? I told you about the Scarecrow, I told you about Dorothy. I mean, Dorothy's there for another reason, but nothing. And, the people, and I'm only talking about those people that say they're the solver. I'm not talking about real, genuine people who try to listen, try to understand. I'm talking about those people who won't listen, have no idea what's being said, and still continue to make negative comments without knowing what the heck they're talking about. It's the Yellow Brick Road. Yellow Brick Road. Who is the wizard? Forrest is the wizard. Who is brave? Who is cowardly? It is so difficult for me to believe that there is not an ounce of imagination or brain power in some of the people in this chase. And their only goal, the only goal that I can see them having is to kick down on other people. And it's sickening. It's crazy. I cannot believe these people are real searchers. Can't. Their only goal is to upset people or ridicule people or belittle people. It makes absolutely no sense at all, because that's not what the thrill of the chase is about. So if you had a little bit of imagination, just a little, tiny little bit that you need in the thrill of the chase, if you just had a little bit, you would have seen I was talking about the Yellow Brick Road, Dorothy, the Wizard of Oz, the Cowardly Lion, the Scarecrow, and the Tin Man. No, not a peep. And yet somebody says, well, what was about Yellowstone? It have to do with Yellowstone. We'll talk about Yellowstone. That's what you got out of the information that I gave you, which shows you don't listen. Absolutely shows you don't listen. I was talking about the yellow brick road. Nothing is as it seems. I told you there was a field full of scarecrows that could be pansies. A field full of flowers. It's not what it seems. So look behind the information that I'm giving you. No, nothing. No, nothing. Took at face value what they read, saw, heard, even though I told them it wasn't. Took it at face value and then left a negative comment. I don't know. I give up. I give up. Absolutely give up. I don't get why. I don't get why they do it. I really don't. I don't see how they can get any pleasure from it. I don't understand how they don't hear a single word that's being said and yet are quick to comment and make stupid. And they ask me not to call them stupid, but they make stupid statements. And it's like, your statement has nothing to do with what I was talking about. It only has everything to do with what you're thinking. It has nothing to do with what I was talking about. Nothing. So today, we are going to read the poem. And it's because the main reason I'm here, I wanted to vent just a little bit that, people don't listen, can't imagine. And this is, definitely, it's not a solve. It's just trying to kickstart the stoof.com countdown. The only way, not the only way, if there's a way to know what stoof.com is about, then it's probably worthwhile reading what the poem says. And again, I could be wrong, or we could be wrong, but it makes sense. It reads, as you think it should. There is a slight, concern, but I believe the poem, confirmed that that's what it should be. So, would it be possible to know what the countdown was before the countdown started? Is it possible that the poem would tell you, like it said about the Powerball numbers, how the countdown clock should look? And is it worthwhile looking to see if that's the case? Or looking to see what the clip is, or the still, or however it's worded in the, what the pictures are on the TV. Definitely not cliffhanger. That's what it said. It's not cliffhanger. Because that went from my head. I don't know how Forrest does it. I don't know. How can anyone, this makes no sense. How can anyone, not knowing the people in the chase, definitely not knowing me, so we'll talk about Forrest, doesn't know me, how can he predict the things that I will do? In a way that answers the questions that I ask myself, and then makes me do what I'm going to do. I looked in the poem at stoof.com. And as stoof.com, did certain things, I looked, again to see what those things were. And then I asked the question, did I ask a question? Did I make a statement? That they're waiting for something. So stoof.com hadn't changed for 3 weeks. So are they waiting for something? Something to happen. Are they waiting for something? Somebody must do something. That's what I said. Somebody must do something. in order that it does something. So ifstoof.com, part of the chase, is X marks the spot, part of the chase, is the entity, and all these things that we've had, are they all part of the chase? And are they all in the poem? The end game, that was the word, the end game. 4Ds on the plaza or whatever. Is it all already predicted, already done? Now, I talk to Davey, obviously, a lot, and it's how can Forrest predict these events? How can they happen the way that he says they're going to happen? How can he be so spot on with things and then possibly not so spot on? Now, somebody says there are no numbers in the poem. That's because you've got no imagination. That's because you don't think what if. That's because you don't listen to Forrest Fenn. So therefore there are no numbers in the poem. But there are plenty of numbers in the poem. And I don't get why, as I've said hundreds of times, how can you say somebody's wrong when you don't know what the truth is? To me, that's an impossibility. To me, that absolutely doesn't make sense. You're wrong. Whatever you think is wrong. Because I'm right and I'm telling you you're wrong. What? How do you know that I am wrong when you don't know the answers? And I know you don't know the answers because you're waiting for Shiloh. And if you knew the answers, you wouldn't be waiting for Shiloh. You would already know the answers. But you're quite prepared to say that someone's wrong, even though you don't know what right or correct is. No sense at all. Absolutely makes no sense at all. The best you can do is say, well, I don't think that's right. Oh, I don't agree with that. I don't think Forrest would have done that. Them are some of the best things you can say. But you're wrong. It's not about Yellowstone. Blah, 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 blah. No, you can't do that. Well, you can, because you do. You give them monkeys. But you shouldn't. You shouldn't try to upset people, even though you think you're not, even though you think it's not going to upset people. You should not be saying things that you cannot back up. You can argue the point, but you have no basis for an argument other than, I don't think it's Yellowstone. That's your argument. That's all you have. I don't think it's Yellowstone. Because knowing it's Yellowstone and knowing it's not Yellowstone, you don't have that. You don't have the fact that you know it's not Yellowstone. You only have, well, I don't think it's Yellowstone because Forrest wouldn't have put it there. It's illegal. Those sort of arguments. You can have those sort of arguments, but you don't know, so you can't say somebody's wrong. And then we have these people that, try to bring up people's personal life or make personal attacks. So what is wrong with people? This was a treasure hunt for Major Forrest Burke Fenn. And yet people seem to think that because they have a voice, they can attack anyone they want. They get it. Hey, Wig, did you see all the hydrothermal explosion at Yellowstone today? No, I did not. That must have been some sort of blaze, I suppose. If there were hydrothermal explosions at Yellowstone, where would we be talking? Near the prismatic springs and places like that. I saw it, Wig. People almost died. Oh, cripes. They did say that there was some issues with Yellowstone. Oh, I didn't realise it was that bad. I'll take that back. I was laughing and joking, and now I feel bad about saying that. Reading the poem gives an idea of many things, so we asked the poem to tell us about the Stoof.com clock countdown timers. Yes, we did. Completely destroyed the boardwalk. Under the boardwalk. Uh-oh. What was under the boardwalk? That's a good job no one was there. Are we talking about what I think we're talking about? Like a little blaze and a big blaze? Wow. No, I didn't see that. I didn't even know about that. I want to say a few things then, but I'm not going to. Um, hmm. But they did say there was issues with uh, Yellowstone. Things going to happen, different stuff happening that shouldn't be happening. So, the poem. Stiff.com hasn't moved, the pictures haven't changed, nothing's been added, nothing's been taken away, the song's still the same. How, if you've not got access to Stoof.com, how do you tell them what the timer should be? And does one timer kick in the other timer? Or is it 30 days worth? Is it possible that the fun might start when the countdown starts? So read me what the poem says and it's game over. Do you reckon that if the countdown starts in Stoof.com, it's game over? And could it be a countdown of 30 days, 100 days, 300 days, 365 days, 265 coins? How long a countdown could it be? Hey Lily, how you doing? Good to have you here. I was just addressing the fact that some people, should mind their own business and not say stuff publicly. But they weren't here. And I was saying that the stream that I did was talking about The Wizard of Oz, but not talking about The Wizard of Oz. Just to show how you could talk about something and people had no idea. None at all. Even though I said Dorothy and the Scarecrow. Even though I talked about Meek, Brave, and one more thing that I keep forgetting. Meek, Brave, I can't remember. Can somebody look at my other video and tell me what it was? I can't remember what it is. Okay. I don't think I got it. No, I don't think I have it. Stupid boy. No, I can't remember what it was. But Meek, Brave, and something else. Tin Man. Heart. Meek, Brave. Brave in the Wood. No Place for the Meek. Can't remember. Yeah, they were just talking about it, Luli. I didn't see it. Not even heard about it. Mind you, I don't do news. So it's hard to believe anything that's on the news anymore. It took a while to believe that, somebody tried to assassinate Donald Trump because, all this fake news that goes on now, it's hard to know what's right and what isn't. So, let's hope I can get it right because I normally don't. Oh, which is the right one? Must be this one. I hope I'm sharing the right one, otherwise I won't be sharing the right one. Yes, I am sharing the right one. So, it says, Mario, the Stoof.com timer will be started at 13 days, 14 hours, 14 minutes, 11 seconds. The other beginning after you read the poem to everyone. That's a bit weird, isn't it? Fancy it saying that. And how do I know it's those? How do I know it's 13 days? How do I know it's 14 hours? How do I know it's 14 minutes? How do I know it's 11 seconds? Is it possible that it's true? Now, this could, all go pear-shaped. It either proves a poem or it proves up, maybe this isn't right. So, 13 days, here are days. I can't move it's on the thing. There's the days, there's the 13. Will be started. 13 days. Here are hours and some shoes. Is it the shoes here? The shoe here? There's a shoe there. Here are some hours. Here are 14 hours. Here are some minutes. And there are 14 minutes. And here are some seconds. And there are 11 seconds. And they're all continuous, chronological, one foot top of the other. Now, Trusted said that you had to know the words before you could find them in the poem. How could I know the timer? How could I know the words before I looked in the poem to find the words? So I may have an idea of what I'm looking for, but I don't know what it says until I read the poem. And Forrest says, read me what the poem says, and it's game over, which is down here. I can't move it, but basically here it says, read me what the poem says, and coming down this way, and it's game over. So game over ends up down here somewhere. The poem is, there's a poem. Poem. It's up here somewhere. There. Read. This is the poem. And then it comes down here and ends there. So, what does all this say? I haven't put this in, have I? No, I haven't read this. So, after yes, I have. Yes, the other beginning. After you read the poem to everyone. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Now I can't move it. What you'll see is above this, and take it in the canyon down. It's all empty. There's nothing there. I wonder why it's empty. I wonder if there's some more information above this. See, Forrest managed to put it not far, but too far to walk. And he managed to put 14, where put in, below the home of Brown. He also managed to put 14 here. Because, if not, this could be 3. These are Street's emails, by the way. Yeah, 33337. They're all here. It could be 4 minutes. It could be 3 minutes. But looking below the home of Brown, where it says, put in below the home of Brown, it says 14. It doesn't say 4. It may say 3, but it doesn't join like it does. So 14 minutes, 14 hours, 11 seconds. They all look at Stoof.com and say, well, hang on, only one timer's got the seconds, the other one hasn't. Right? It just says the other one will start after you read the poem to everyone. So now Stoof.com, if they're nothing to do with the chase, could screw me over and go, we'll put anything we want now because Mary's already told us. But this is what it says. And I believe it's 14. And David believes it too, because it's below the home of Brown. So it was put in below the home of Brown, not far but too far. So 14 minutes. So those people that have no imagination shouldn't really say anything because they lack the imagination to follow up the information that they're trying to give. Now, it's impossible. Truly, listen, please. It's impossible to say it slowly because don't listen, that we are wrong when we are the only ones reading the poem differently. Well, I say we're the only ones. We're the only ones out now that are, visual. There'd be other people that are doing it, obviously, but that are reading the poem differently because you, loud people, slagging people off and claiming that you're the experts, you people are reading it and taking the canyon down. Not far, but too far to walk. Put in below the home of Brown. Forrest knows that. Why, listen, why in the world would Forrest ask you to read me what the poem says if all you're going to do is read the poem to him? Why? Please listen. Take it in. Don't just hear what I'm saying. Take it in. Listen to it. Why would Forrest ask you to read me what the poem says if you're just going to say, well, Forrest, it says, as I have gone a lonely man with my treasures bold, I can keep my secret where, and hints of riches new and old. Begin it where warm waters halt, and take it in the canyon down. Not far, but too far to walk. Put him below the home of Brown. If you're going to read that to poem, to Forrest, he'd laugh at you. He'd laugh at you. And probably tell her to get out. Don't be stupid, he would probably say. Don't be stupid. I know what the poem says. I want you to read it to me. So, please, listen. In order to solve the poem, you have to read it. And you can choose any which way you want to read it, but it has to be different. Has to be. Listen, it has to be different because Forrest looked up all the words in the poem, especially the nouns. The nouns. So we can't see the bottom bit. So I'm going to have to go to it. I don't know how to do this without lifted it up. Oops. Then go back to you. I'll get this right one time. Hopefully you're back and you can see it nice again. Right. Now, the other day, please listen. The other day when I spoke to you and did something like this, I said that Forrest finished it here, within the wood, the gold. In there's the, and there's the. It's finished again. Exactly the same as it has before. Even Dorothy, with the scarecrow, and the Tin Man, and the Cowardly Lion, who wanted to be brave. Oh, Raven in the Wood, baby. Maybe the lion was brave and in the wood. Maybe it's this lion. Maybe it was that lion. Maybe not. But here we are again. The cold. The nouns. The. If it's a noun, it normally has a the. The cold. Here we are. Here's another the. Here's another the. Here's another the. Here's another the. So, Brave and in the Wood, you get title. What did the Scarecrow get? Sorry? A diploma? A title of some sort? A doctor? So I put up all the information that talked about the Wizard of Oz, and you say, oh, it's got nothing to do with Yellowstone. I wasn't talking about Yellowstone. I was talking about a film where somebody got a title. E pluribus unum. Out of many, one. If you didn't hear any of it, you didn't hear any of it. I told you everything you needed to know, and you didn't hear any of it. Do you see how easily fooled you are? People giving you information, and you have no idea what they're saying. You see how simple it is? Now, you were given the truth, but you heard and you saw what you wanted to hear and see. Whose fault is that? Is it Forrest's fault? Of course not. Is it my fault? Of course not. I told you. I told you that's not what it is. I told you the scarecrows aren't scarecrows. I told you it's not what you think it is. I gave you all the information you needed to have to understand exactly what I was saying. Exactly what I was saying. On the title page and on the stream. You had the information to tell you that I was talking about Dorothy, the Scarecrow, the Tin Man, the Cowardly Lion, the Wizard of Oz, which basically translates to somebody being brave and in the wood and Forrest being the wizard. So what have I missed? What have I missed? Oh yes, just saw the wig. It was huge. I wonder if it has been captured by a camera. 2 videos capturing it. It's online, the aftermath too. Biscuit Basin, it will come up. 2 good ones. Biscuit Basin. Ooh. No, not huge compared to what the caldera is capable of. Yeah, I think I sent something to Forrest about the caldera. I think they were the big kettles or something that Forrest talked about. Did he talk about kettles? Kettlefish? I can't remember what it was. But yeah, the kettles. Wasn't there a searcher that said there are no numbers in the poem? Oh, yes. That's what I was saying about imagination. I said it earlier about the numbers. Yeah, somebody said there are no numbers in the poem, but only because they can't imagine. The simple truth is, if you listen, what if gets you out of a whole load of trouble. If you just think what if, but you can't. For whatever reason, I don't know what the reason is. I have absolutely no idea what the reason is that you can't think what if. All you can think is, you're wrong. I'm right. You're wrong. That's all you can think. But I think, well, what if? What if you are right? Let me have a look. Oh, no, you're not. Not according to Forrest. But at least I'll look. At least I'll take it on board because, as I said before, how can you make an informed decision if you don't have all the information? Because that's what you have to do. Now, the information that Forrest gave is continuous, contiguous, chronological, one foot on the other, shift, drift, and adjust, best able to adapt, move with confidence, don't step on a crack, please touch, Now, what if all of that information was telling you the best way to read the poem? A ball of string. Oh, is that where the ball of string went? Is that where the ball of string went? I wonder. Is that where the ball of string went? Is that the postman delivering the letters? I wonder. What if? What if that's the case? What if? I'm talking to you people that have the solve. I'm talking to you people that say you found a chest. Which, no, no. A chest, yes. The chest, no, no. And I know you didn't because you don't listen. You have no listening skills. Your communication skills are poor at best. All you can do is intimidate people and tell them that they are wrong, even though you don't know what the answer is. Even though you don't know what the answer is. Teacher gives out a problem. Everybody answers it. You answer it. And you say that everybody's wrong because your answer is right. Do you go to the teacher and ask her, him, them, it, whatever they want to be called nowadays? No, you don't. You just tell everybody that they are wrong and, in some cases, insinuate that the teacher is wrong, that the teacher's lying. And I don't get it. I have no idea why you do the things that you do. Why is the teacher wrong? In our case, it'd be Forrest. Why is the teacher lying? In our case, it'd be Forrest. Why is the teacher a fraud? In our case, it would be Forrest. Oh, because that's the only way your solve works. As long as Forrest is lying, your solve is okay. As long as Forrest is a fraud, your solve is okay. As long as Forrest pulled it, it doesn't matter about your solve because you don't know if your solve is correct or not. So it's easier for you to say that Forrest pulled it. It's easier to say that Forrest moved it. And yet, there was only ever going to be one spot. Deep thinking using logic. There was only ever going to be one spot, so how the hell did he move it? Why the hell would he move it? Only ever going to be one spot. So he's going to take it and put it somewhere else and then explain to everybody that that one spot that it was going to be, nah, he found a better one. No, no. Are you listening? No. Only one spot? There was only one spot. And there's a reason why he said those words. And it's not what you think it is. Just like, I wasn't talking about the Yellowstone Road. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. I made it as obvious as possible what I was talking about. I've got nothing to do with Yellowstone. I wasn't talking about Yellowstone. I told you, it's not what it seems. What you are seeing and reading is not what you think it is. So therefore, just a little bit of imagination, just a little bit. It wouldn't have took much if you actually just thought, hang on a minute, why has he said that? Oh yeah, follow the yellow brick road. Brave, meek, cowardly. E pluribus unum. Thinkology. The scarecrow. The pansy. I don't know. I don't get it how people can turn around and say people are wrong or, insult people. Because I don't see that anybody has the right to do that. I just don't. Where are we? Well, compared to what? Yes. Forrest knew that you could match the poem to a million souls, because he knew that people would build their own search and their own imagination. Exactly it. That's why there's 350,000 solvers, each with their own thrill of the chase. Nothing to do with Forrest, just their own. And they managed to build, depending on how clever they were, elaborate, amazing, no one's going to think of that solves. And it's like, what are you doing? Why are you coming up with a solve that nobody else is going to think of? Duh. Why? Listen. Why are you coming up with a solve that nobody else is going to think of? Because Forrest said, when you hear what it is, you're going to say, why didn't I think of that? So you going out of your way to come up with a solve that nobody else is going to think of, it's already wrong. It's already wrong. I come up with a solve that nobody's going to think of. What? Hey? What? You come up with a solve that nobody else is going to come up with this solve. Nobody else is going to think of this solve. But Forrest said, it's a solve that people will go, well, why didn't I think of that? It's going to be a really simple solve. When you hear it, you're going to think, why didn't I think of it? Not, I'd never thought of that in a million years. No, it's not supposed to be that solve. It's not supposed to be the solve that people say, I'd never thought of that in a million years. So thinking of a solve that nobody's going to think of, it's the wrong solve already. It's already wrong. The fact that you thought of doing that solve, it's already wrong. And I absolutely don't get it. I really don't get it. It's like Forrest had told you how to do this, and you went, nah, not interested. Not interested. I do agree with him about searchers using imagination for their own soul. Problem was, you need Forrest's own soul. Yeah, that's as simple as it gets. It really is. Which is why I said there's no thought. You don't need thought. You need somebody to tell you what to do. So, not a case of being the lead searcher. It's a case of follow the leader, follow the leader. You follow the leader. You follow the leader. That's it. Simple Simon Says. That's all you do. But you have to do what Simon says. You can't do what you want to do. Otherwise, you're out. You lose. And you didn't take the notice of Simon or Forrest. But that's what this was about. Simple Simon Says, continuous, contiguous, chronological. Nah, not interested. Simple Simon Says, shift, drift, and adjust. Nah, not interested. Simple Simon Says, please touch. Nah, not interested. Forrest is a liar. I have no idea what goes through people's heads. Really don't. I really don't. But that stream yesterday, no one is trying to imagine what the I'm talking about. And that's what this was. You had to listen. You had to try and understand what the heck Forrest Fenn was saying. And you couldn't just say, oh, it's Fenn speak, it doesn't matter. You had to try and understand it. %. That's exactly it. The answers I already know. And I go to what Trusted said. Well, you have to know the answers. You have to know the words before you can find them. So you already know the answers. You already know the answers before you're looking for the answers. What you're doing is confirming the answer that you already have. Forrest knew most would find their own answer, which is not Forrest's own answer. I don't know how he knew it. He seems to have known everybody. Art, the art learned. Forrest was an art dealer. He was everything. I mean, correct, sir, he lied. No, he didn't lie. You just didn't listen. That's exactly what I've just been saying. I did a whole stream yesterday and I was talking about The Wizard of Oz and the Yellow Brick Road. And someone wrote as a comment, it's got nothing to do with Yellowstone. I wasn't talking about Yellowstone. The fact that I used the word Yellowstone was instead of using yellow brick. I told you there was a field full of pansies, some scarecrows. I was telling you that what I'm talking about is not what you think I'm talking about. And if you just for once in the chase listened, you would have heard that I was talking about the Wizard of Oz and Dorothy and the Scarecrow and the brave and the meek, the cowardly lion, the title that the Scarecrow got. And it's like, God, no, nothing. Straight in, straight out. I love when emotions seep into the paid help. I'm not paid. And the emotion that you hear is exaggerated frustration with people who don't listen. Because it's no skin off my nose that you can't listen. It really isn't. The fact that some people are offensive is, I don't appreciate that. But the fact that you don't listen, you don't have to listen. I've told you 100 times. No one has to listen to what I say. No one has to believe what I say. But I can assure you what I'm saying. It's good stuff. Today is going to be an exceptional day. Everything is great. Hey, Leo, how you doing? Good to, and Joe John as well. Is listening more important than seeing? That would depend in what context you mean that. The seeing in the poem is pretty important, but you can't see what's in the poem until you listen to what Forrest said. I think just the statement, read me what the poem says, should have stopped everybody in their tracks with their souls. But no, it didn't. It didn't. So good to have you here, Joe John, or Jack Jack, because that's what it's synonyms to. I don't know if you are Jack Jack, but it's synonyms to Jack Jack. Toto. Yes. Toto. There's another toe as well, TOH, in the poem, which is, I can't do it here. No, it's not going to be there, it's further up. There's a toe. There's a two. There's a two, and there's another toe at the top. But there's a two, there's a toe, TOH. Because there's a toe in New Mexico. That was another soul. There's a toe in New Mexico. Toto. Toto. I tried to tell him INFJ, but nobody listens. It's like, I'm telling you one thing. I've said from my very early videos, there's two conversations I have. The conversation that you hear, but there's another conversation that I'm saying to people who want to listen and hear and imagine, but don't know. Why do they say to shut up but then ask for answers? Well, funny you should say that, Nia. Funny you should say that. This was a conversation me and David were having that it was mentioned on K-Pro show to shut up. But Forrest said the kind of person that finds that chest can't keep it quiet. So I think Forrest knew that the kind of person who found it couldn't keep quiet. But whilst I'm saying stuff, I'm not saying anything. And whilst other people are saying stuff, they're saying everything. It's just people aren't picking up on it. But they're saying stuff that I think, I can't say that. This is great stuff, mate. Thank you, Lily. And Forrest told you to listen good. Absolutely, he did. I don't, and yesterday there are numbers in the yes. Well, I've got numbers here. A little bit of imagination. It says Mario, the Stoof.com timer will be started at 13 days, 14 hours, 14 minutes, 11 seconds. The other beginning after you read the poem to everyone. Now, this is a scary thing to do because Stoof.com, whoever's in charge of it, if it's a chase, then, probably all well and good. But if it's just some random person, I might go, we'll screw him over. We'll put something else down. It doesn't worry me because this is a genuine reading of what the poem says. Even using the fact that 14 is below the home of Brown and 14 is at the put-in. So it was put in under the put-in and it was put in at the home of Brown. So it became 14 and not 4 and not 3. Although, those numbers could be. But these numbers are pretty much, it has to be that, it has to be that, potentially. I mean, it could be 2. TWO, toe to toe. That was another toe, by the way, INFJ. TOW. TOE. TOH. 3 toes. 2 is toe, so that was another 2. The toe 2 is, it could be TOW, TWO, toe 2, toe. If you understand what I'm saying. So yeah, this, could be 10. So, it could screw me over, good style, but it looks like, again, reading the poem the way that it's been given to me, not that I'm a psychic or anything, it's in the wood, the cold, and the gold. Looked up all the words in the poem, especially the nouns. So 2 and 2. So it could be 2, could be 10. There's a toe. There's a 2. A toe, 2 toe. Toe. TOH is toe. So there's plenty of toe to toes, if you look in there, another toe. 2 toe. Toe. Or a 2. A 2 or a toe. Or a 2. Or a TOO. 2. So the information that Forrest is giving, people say, oh yeah, toe to toe because 2 people are close and blah, blah, blah. Or he's just telling you what's in the poem. The Yellowstone I know about is yellow sandstone feet. I've put together for patios and swimming pools. But it could be, it could be arsenic. That's a Yellowstone. It could be gold. That's a Yellowstone. Who else is moderating? A couple comments were deleted. Deleted or retracted? Have you deleted somebody, Davey? As moderator, I can't see any others in here. No, there's only Davey. I don't think Davey's... unless they delete them themselves. Why not count the number of words in each line? To do what? Count the number of words in each line. Well, I haven't got any words in each line. See, people say that Forrest said it's not... Forrest said it's not written down anywhere, but this is not written down anywhere. Forrest hasn't wrote that word, days. He didn't write this word, 13. He didn't write that word, will be. He didn't write that word, started. He didn't write that word, 14. He didn't write that word, else. He wrote, so hear me all and listen good. Not written down anywhere. T for 2 and T with Olga, la la la. Hey, mama. How you doing? No, man, I've not deleted it. No, I don't think I had. Unless they retracted them themselves, or deleted them themselves. I don't think they would delete anyone unless they were, offensive. And, by all means, do it. So, at the end of the day, I'm genuine. We're genuine in what we're saying. If this is wrong, if what we're doing is wrong, it's wrong. It's wrong. But I'm not here trying to say that I'm the solver or that we're the solver. I'm not here to say that you are incorrect. I'm here to say that this is what Forrest said, and it doesn't lend to what you're saying. Please listen. This is important. Please. Flipping heck. The chest is a lure. Why are you claiming you found something that is not what you're supposed to find? It's the lure. And if it is that you found the chest, which is very doubtful, you'll get whatever it is you're supposed to be given. But Forrest says he's not going to reward an average searcher. Now, if you found a chest and that's all you found, listen, please listen. It's impossible that you've solved the poem because you only found the lure. You didn't find the prize. You didn't find the prize. You found the lures. And if you didn't find the prize, how can you have solved the poem? It makes no sense. Makes no sense. No one else has a wrench. Me, I have one. I haven't deleted any. Well, I haven't got a wrench, but I haven't seen anybody else. Well, I don't know. There could be, one of the 18 people might be moderating from, the hidden banks of the lurkers. So there might be a moderator lurking. Don't know. Well, I could find out. I could look who's in. But why are we counting the numbers anyway? Mr. Frank, good to see you, by the way. But why are we counting the words? What are we doing with that? What's the plan of that? I think somebody's talked about it before, but and contrary to Five Leaves Belief, we are not being paid. No, not being paid. Seriously, if I was being paid, I'd have already stopped by now. I'd have already had enough money if I was being paid. It's always fun to drop into your stream and say hi to the Fenn search community. Thanks, Woody. It's always good to have you here. I have no issues with people voicing opinions or obviously being nice. I don't mind who comes in, as long as they're respectful to everybody. Well, certainly me. I wouldn't go into anybody's house, and be disrespectful. I don't expect them to come into mine and be disrespectful. So why are all the same people still here all these years later, David? Forrest said the chest has been found. The chase is over. I'll let you answer that, David, because it's addressed to you. Davy B, maybe someone has a wrench from before that is not posting because my posts are getting deleted. So, well, I don't think anybody that I've given a wrench would delete yours. Unless, it's, chasing and they don't want what you're saying to be seen. Hey, trusted, have you got the sinners in line? Repent, sinners, the kingdom is near. Well, I've tried to explain to some people that, you can't say anyone's wrong if you don't know the answer yourself. And the Troy says, it's nothing to do with Yellowstone. I wasn't talking about Yellowstone yesterday. I was talking about the Yellow Brick Road. I was talking about the Wizard of Oz. I was talking about the Scarecrow. I was talking about Dorothy. I was talking about Meek, Brave, and I can't remember what the other one is, which is in the poem, which is the Cowardly Lion, the Tin Man, and the blooming Scarecrow. And I've tried to tell everybody that what I'm talking about is not what I'm talking about. And they still believe I'm talking about the Yellowstone. Follow the Yellowstone Road was on the front. And I was asked, why follow the Yellowstone Road? So I have to use the Yellowstone. It's not follow the Yellowstone Road. It's follow the Yellow Brick Road. And all the information that was given was about the Wizard of Oz. And I even said, and Forrest was the Wizard of Oz. I even said it. But no, nobody listens. It's just crazy, crazy. The end is nigh. Oh. Oh, well, the kingdom is near. Which one? The end is nigh or the kingdom is near? I prefer the end is nigh. The end is ever drawing nigh. Only Davy B, as far as I know. Unless somebody else out of the 18 is moderating from behind. I was pressing more stuff, nothing controversial. Oh, you can't know who it is. I can't do anything about it, Lily. It was not me. No, like I say, Davy B is the only one that's moderating that I know of here. I can't think that anybody I've given a wrench to would do it. So Tigger, I don't think she would do it. If Tigger's a she. Richard Rutherford, I don't think. Pirate, I don't think. Davy. Who else? Can't remember who else is there. Here's Pirate. Me. Have you been deleting Pirate? Have you been deleting Luli? No one is wrong if you can't prove it wrong, but no one is right if you can't prove it right. Lots of conjecture that is. There you go. 100% fantastic. You can't. No one is wrong and no one is right until the teacher, does the marking. And that's how it should be. You should be able to, respectfully disagree with each other and carry on. I didn't do it, whatever that is. It wasn't me. David, I didn't think it was you, just let me know. Yeah, I don't think anybody I've given the wrench to would do it. But you never know in this chase, do you? Nothing is as it seems. Maybe the solver is honouring Forrest Quest by keeping quiet. Yeah, I'm trying to do two things here. I'm trying to, first and foremost, not help Forrest make it happen, not get in the way of Forrest making it happen. So I'm not helping. I'm just not hindering. But I'm also trying to help the community understand that Forrest is an honourable man doing an honourable thing, and all the bullshit that people are saying about him, it's just that. It's bullshit. And it's unsubstantiated bullshit. They have no proof. Calling Forrest a liar, calling Forrest a fraud, saying it's a hoax, threatening to take people to court, blah, blah, blah. They have no proof. And yet, Forrest says, having faith in a maverick. And when this was, not solved, everybody seemed to play along with that. And now, not interested. They want to. Their opinion matters more than what Forrest Fenn was saying. And that's crazy. Absolutely crazy. If you wanted to truly solve this, then you had to listen to what Forrest said. He was telling you what the answers were, in my opinion. Hey, irate pirate, repent, the kingdom is near. J.K. Pioneer deletes me sometimes. I don't think he's got a wrench, if he's a he. I don't think he's got a wrench. I mean, there's 18 people there. There are some computer. Well, I think Frank may be computer. What's the name? He might be able to do things. You said poppies too, didn't you? Or at least the field of flowers. Yes, I did. That's what I'm saying. Those scarecrows aren't scarecrows. They're pansies or lilies or, I was trying to say what I'm saying to you is not real. You need to look behind what I'm saying to find out what it is I'm talking about. And I was talking about, the scarecrow getting the title. So, yeah, I don't think Poppy comes under Pansy. I think Lily and that might do. Can't remember. Can't remember if I said Poppy. But I was saying, like, a friend of Dorothy is the Scarecrow. So that's a pansy, or, the wuss, or other different words. So I made a whole thing about the Yellow Brick Road, calling it the Yellowstone Road. Maybe Nobody got it. Yeah, we're just reading the poem, and even if it's wrong, it's wrong. But if it's right, what if it's right? What if you're supposed to read the poem? And it doesn't have to be this way. There are other ways to read the poem. You can find the other poem in this poem, reading it the other way. Not difficult. You can read about Vietnam, reading it the other way. Not difficult. You can read about what would have been future events when Forrest wrote this. 2 have taken place. That's right, Dave, Yannick, 2 have taken place. And 1 is still yet to take place. The second went. So I think 2 have taken place and 1 is still to happen. Hi, Tigger. You're not deleting people from the background, are you, Tigger? How are you doing? How are you showing what the poem reads? It's there right in front of you. It's there, Neo. The poem reads, I can't pull that down. Mario, stiff.com timer will be started at 13 days, 14 hours, 14 minutes, 11 seconds. The other beginning after you read the poem to everyone. So I read that out of the poem. Well, we read that out of the poem. Look above at the poem. Look what is written beside the poem. That is what the poem says in this example. I see what you mean now. Well, he did say don't mess with my poem. Yeah, but mess means rabbit hole. Don't rabbit hole my poem. You have to move with confidence. Shift, drift, and adjust. Continuous, contiguous, chronological. One foot on top of the other. Sure for the one that did. Simplify the poem, which is to the letter, or word for word. All those things are here right in front of you. Don't step on a crack. So no spaces. All of those things are right in front of you now. Decipher, word search. But please listen. That was to do with finding a chest. There are no rules. There are no rules to find out what's happening in the chase. To find a chest, please listen. The solve for finding a chest is the poem that's in the Thrill of the Chase book. And you don't have to do anything to it other than read it with a little bit of imagination. That's all you have to do. The poem that's in the book, The Thrill of the Chase, you read it with a little bit of imagination and you find out where there's a chest. And there's only ever going to be one spot. Ever. There's only ever going to be one spot. So that, the rules to that, following the rules that Forrest said, the poem in the Thrill of the Chase book does not need to be messed with. But, big but, that chest was just the lure. There is something bigger. Now, to find something bigger, there are no rules. It could be anywhere. Could be on Mars, the moon, China, Russia, Timbuktu. Could be anywhere. Could be anything. Could be anyone. So there are different rules. And the rule for not messing with the poem is to find a chest, in my opinion. Does repent mean what people think it does? Of course not. Too much literacy going on. Well, no, it doesn't, because if you were to pent those frustrations, if you were to pent, then repent, it could mean something totally different. I'll be back. Uh-oh, Arnie's in here. $50 in your pocket doesn't go very far. I don't think that's what he meant, but no, it doesn't. If you have more than $50 in your pocket, is a statement to what you should have done with that $50. Ah, did they find that frog when it went up? The giving pledge means to give it all away, giving it all away. I was just a boy, giving it all away. Many rich people made that pledge in 2010. Well, and that's pretty much what I was saying, Trusted. The Forrest, if I can't take it with me, then I'm not going. But if he's not going to take it with him, he could have just been giving it away anyway. That's why he's not taking it with him. So he's not going, he's going to give it away. Since illiterate means inability to read or write, read or write, anyone posting here, reading and writing, is by definition not illiterate. Did you really mean illiterate? I don't remember saying illiterate. I don't remember saying illiterate. I didn't say illiterate. No, I didn't say illiterate. I have no reason to say illiterate to anyone. It's not a word I use, to be fair. It's not a word that comes naturally to me, so whatever I said, I don't think it was illiterate. Since illiterate means inability to read or write. Anyone posting here, reading, writing, no, I don't think I said illiterate. I don't know what I said, but I don't think I said illiterate. And if I did, I apologise, but I don't know. I have no reason to say that word. I wouldn't even use that word. A dramatic hydrothermal explosion at Yellowstone Biscuit Basin sent visitors fleeing for safety as debris rained through the air. As long as it wasn't a gold frog, we're all right. Yeah, a bit weird, isn't it? I wonder if that's in the poem. Functionally illiterate. Is that better? Ah, Trusted used the word illiterate. Yes, you did, didn't you, Trusted? Now that I think of it. Now that I'm... Yes. He caught you out there, Trusted. Or she. It's hard to know who's who. In the zoo. What did you say? Let me go back. Illiteracy. There you go. Too much illiteracy. I thought he was talking about me. I was going like, I don't use the word illiterate. Fear just took over then, didn't it? So, how come nobody used a little bit of imagination, some deep thinking and logic, to work out that I was talking about the Wizard of Oz in my stream? And having the meek and the brave. What was the other thing that I put? Don't. It's very annoying that I can't think of that. No, it's not there. Why can I not think of what I wrote the other day? No, I can't think of it. Limited knowledge. How about that? Without a D. You should have put it without a D. Too late now. Limited knowledge. So I've made it quite clear that I'm not saying that people are wrong. I'm saying they're right. They all found a chest. They were supposed to find a chest. The chest was a lure, and everyone was supposed to find a chest in whichever way they were going to find it. And as I said earlier, if you went out of your way to think of a solve that nobody else was going to think of, you already lost. Because they're going to turn around when it's mentioned and say, oh, why not I think of that? So therefore, you want to solve that potentially people will go, oh, yeah, not, oh, I never thought of that in a million years. Impulsively rode up some nearby hills, wish could post pics. Yeah, we do as well. Just shows how fit you are, because I won't be riding up any hills. I don't think that everyone was supposed to find a chest. Yeah, I think that the the poem was vague enough for somebody to start at a warm water halt. No, they didn't find a chest. They found a place where they think a chest could be. So, sorry, I got, not wrong. Well, I say wrong. I'm not bothered. In their mind, they found a chest. They didn't really find a chest, but they were supposed to find a chest. They were supposed to have the answer of where a chest could be. So, I think everyone was supposed to have an answer. The answers I already know. So they were supposed to be able to solve the poem in the way that they thought they'd solved it and found a chest, not literally find a chest. They had to solve, yeah, but they had to solve that found a chest, is what I'm saying. They didn't really find the chest. They just had to solve that they said found a chest. There was a lot of pride going on to go. Many people found that chest. Everybody found a chest, but they didn't find that chest. And that's the difference. And it's impossible for them to have found that chest because of the information they give about their soul, which contradicts the information that Forrest gave about how you're going to find that chest. And that's, for me, that's the big issue. People keep saying they found the chest and they solved the poem. And it's like, but if you solved the poem, you would have found more than just a chest. Because the poem is about more than just a chest. There's a bigger story than just this chest. The chest is a big story, 350,000 people wouldn't have gone on the chase if it wasn't a big story. So the chest itself was a big story. What Forrest did was a big story. But there's a bigger story, a bigger picture, if you want. There could only be one fish. Puffed up chest of pride. Well, I think the only person that should be proud is Forrest. I mean, I don't know. I say it every time, I don't know how he did this. I have no idea. And when I say this, I don't mean just the chase. I really, really, really don't mean just the chase. I mean how he did this, everything, all of it, the whole lot, how he thought of it, how he put it together, how he makes it happen, how he managed to tell people what to do and then, basically slap people around the face and said, here you are, here's an answer. And they just went, Fenn speak. It's like, guys, telling you what it is. He's literally telling you what the answer is each time he says something. And it's like, no, it's pretty much what I'm doing now, to be fair. I'm using words that potentially, if you understood what the word was, you would go, oh, he's talking about such and such. He always wanted to be a fisher of men. Instead, Forrest ended up. What the heck does that mean? Ended up noodling for catfish to fakes. I don't know. Have no idea what that last bit was. Take your pride and go in peace. Yes. Did you check out Kim Clement, Trusted Living? Oh, that sounds like he's going for a date. Actually, Kim could be a bloke's name as well. So Clement is a good word. So I'd have thought by now people would have gone, oh, cripes. Yeah, it's not just about a chest. Forrest is not a liar. Forrest is not a fool. The chase is not a hoax. And they're not. that is just goes over my head. Look, the chest was a lure. So therefore, even if you found it, you didn't solve the poem. If there's something more, if there's something more, I don't know why people aren't listening, but just listen. If there is something more, then you didn't solve the poem. You found a chest, which is what you're claiming. You found a chest. And you claim that that's the chest that you were supposed to find. I find that hard to believe. He was a bloke. Oh, he's not a bloke now. He's someone else. Pent means to shut up. That's what I'm saying. Re-shut up. If you shut up once, how do you shut up twice? How do you re-shut up? So repent probably doesn't mean what you think it does. If you pent and then you repent, how do you shut up twice? Where have I heard this before? Shut up, just shut up. Repent, just repent. No, that wouldn't be that, would it? It would be re-shut up, re-shut up. No, you'd have had to shut up twice. Repent, repent. Shut up, just shut up. And just is good. It'd be pent. It'd be pent, just pent. It's not shut up again, shut up again. If you see what I mean. Like repent is shut up again. Paint, just pent. Repent means to shut up twice without the just. I'm thinking F needs to get checked on that practical joke. There is a practical joke, and somebody is oblivious to it. I don't remember a Kim Clement. Oh, it's like that, is it, Trusted? Now that you know you had your time with them, you don't know them. Logically speaking, Forrest told us there are a few in tight focus. That does not mean there are thousands in tight focus. Dana Coverstone has been prophesying for the past 4 years. His dreams are now coming true. Now, if you hadn't said his, I'd have thought Dana was a girl. That's crazy. Honestly, I'd have thought Dana was a girl. Dana Coverstone, Dan Coverstone, I'd have gone, yeah, boy. Dana, no. Dana. Forrest plus minions can learn one thing from me. Maybe there are souls. It would be repent. No, it would be pent, shut up, just pent. So pent, just pent. Repent is shut up again. So pent, just pent. Repent is shut up again. I told you shut up once. Shut up again. I told you pent. Repent. Random bigs. Foresaw Trump's ear. Yeah, somebody did. Yeah, I saw that 4 months ago or whatever. Well, he foresaw the bullet going past his ear, didn't he? Hello, Glenna. How you doing? That's Matthew 4:19, 5 leaf. Ooh, some very knowledgeable person there then. He wasn't so rich he could escape penance. Never blame the unfortunate. He wasn't so rich he could escape penance. The end is it is, Tigger. It really, really is. Read me what the poem says and it's game over. So if this is what the poem says, one would assume that 13 days, 14 hours, 14 minutes, 11 seconds, the other beginning after you read the poem to everyone. Now, the other one could have 365 days on it or 1,000 days on it. Then, the end isn't so nigh. But if the other one has, I don't know, if this is 13 days and the other one has 16, 16 days something, there might be 30 days altogether. Greek Bible is the Pentateuch. Never heard of that before. Why is there a Greek Bible? It's almost like saying, well, the Greek gods, the Zeus and the Roman Jupiter, or the other way around, whichever it is, whatever it is. If the practical joker thinks lose, he'd not lose the bigger game. That's his problem. Well, unfortunately, you're going to have to get up really early to try and get one over on Forrest. I think everything that's been done has been calculated. You know, even the court cases, everything that has been done is calculated to bring this about. Even Stoof.com. Why has it paused for 3 weeks? Because somebody hasn't done something. So what needs to be done? I'd rather, deal with Dorothy than do this, but it is what it is. It's time to pledge your lives to Jesus. Didn't he say, wasn't it? I don't know. I'm not, super religious. But there is no time that you can. There's no, you can't say, well, it has to be a week before the end or a day before the end to give yourself to Jesus. Because some people may, not knowing when the end comes, give themselves to Jesus an hour before it happens. So I don't know if there is a set time. I saw a video on X that someone took at Trump PA rally and they were able to zoom in on the water tower. Shoot it up there. Yeah, they said there was somebody on the tower. Somebody said there was someone on the tower because they were saying the water tower and that place were the places that they should be on. But that could have been the counter sniper that's supposed to, or probably did, take out that lad, but only when he was supposed to kill the president, I think. Ex-president, not former president. I think they set him up to do it. There's videos of him, ranting, saying that he's going to cut his throat and stuff like that. He's seemed a bit weird. So they must have seen his TikTok video or YouTube video or whatever it was streamed on and gone, yeah, he's the sort of bloke we need to take out Trump. Then let him get, close enough to do it and then took him out so he couldn't spill. So he couldn't say anything to anyone. But they were probably hoping that he would take Trump out. And it's wrong. It is a big mistake to pledge to something that people have not yet learned what it is. The ancient did that, so here we are to fix things once again. I think if the book of Revelations is correct, there are a few things that will happen that will be confirmed, and then people will either choose to believe or not believe. And I don't think it'll be too late, but what Fenn's folks learned is not to plan and think too deeply. Don't know what that is. Better to live, love, and serve the Lord than to miss the boat trusted. Lord of the Old Testament is Satan, so why have so many people conflated that with Jesus? And I'm not going to answer that because I don't know that one. But just, I mean, that in itself, Hades was supposed to be Satan. The actual gods that were supposed to have existed, whether they're angels, gods, whatever you want to call them, they all died when Perseus flipping killed the Minotaur and killed Kronos with the trident, whatever it was. And Kronos is supposedly the son of Chaos. Chaos was the first god, apparently. Then Kronos, Saturn, Jupiter, blah, 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 blah. But those gods all died. Was it Jupiter or Zeus? Can't remember the Greek and the bloody Romans. Just confused me. I'm probably getting them both mixed up. But yeah, Saturn and then the Sun, which could be translated to Forrest, Skippy, June. Venus would be Peggy, which are the constellations in the poem when all those things were happening, the conjunctions. All of that's in the poem. You know, you won't believe what's in there. You absolutely won't believe what's in there. But it has a star chart of the heavens. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. At certain times, and you can find the times. At certain times, the Sun, the Moon, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, or Jupiter, Mercury, they're all there. Neptune, Skippy was Neptune, wasn't he, David? Skippy's Neptune, water, Skippy. Pluto was, no, was Donny. Was Pluto Donny? Donny was Pluto? Can't remember now. Bum, 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 bum. You won't believe what's in the you won't. We're at the end of the age of Pisces. The Earth will go through some birthing pains. Well, it already did, didn't it? Apparently, in Yellowstone. It did say that it wouldn't blow the chest of smithereens, so we're all right. Many people at the end will say, Lord, Lord, and I will say, I never knew them. You have to go all in. He knows what's in our heart. Well, for those that don't believe, it's easy for you to believe if you just imagine that this is the Matrix and you're all connected to the computer via Wi-Fi brain network. And so the person in charge of everything can know exactly what you're thinking, knows where you are, knows what you're doing. No different than law enforcement now, only on a bigger scale. And that's how simple it could be to believe that there is a higher being that can do all of this. If you can just imagine what we can do now, imagine what we can do in 1,000 years, and how powerful that person in 1,000 years will be, especially when we've learned how to use our minds and properly. Or AI takes over, and they can do it. Problem is, so-called followers of Jesus have gone all in for Satan because in the end they will be under a strong delusion. Biggs prays daily. He asks for God to tell him. He was instructed to tell everyone. That's how I feel. Because that's what it says. 11 seconds, the other beginning after you read the poem to everyone. Tell everyone. How many times have I seen that? Tell everyone. Again, this is a prediction of what's going to happen. This was wrote, 15, 16 years ago. Biggs praised it. Oh. Brandon's here. Biggs, don't know. No, there's no bigs there. What about further up? Oh, I can't do it here. Here we are. There's a couple of G's up top. I can see two IG. Brandon's there. Don't know if Brandon Biggs is there though. Let me. Excuse me. B-I-G-G. No, I don't see it. Not there. No, I don't see it. I don't see Biggs. I'm not saying it's not there, but as a quick glance, I don't see Biggs. Although I might need a 7 to get that. I'll stop sharing anyway. I hope you've seen enough of that. The Lord is using me, Mary. Well, I absolutely don't know how Forrest did this. And I absolutely don't know how he can imagine my imaginings, my thoughts. So something must be going on. You know, and Davey will bear witness. I question some of the things that I'm thinking or doing, and then it's like the poem says, "Yeah, but you have to do this," and it's like, "But you're answering something that I'm just thinking now, a thought that I'm thinking now, and you put that in there 15 years ago." Just don't know. But he's doing a good job anyway, if he is. And I did ask him to help me solve it, so I can't complain. You will know them by their fruit. If they are like their father, the devil, a liar, and a murderer from the beginning. So, yes, deeds mean nothing compared to what you support. They will be a ticket for the good for all men. Are you still allowed to say that? Are you still allowed to say that, Davey? For all men, for all mankind. Are we still allowed to say that in this stupid world of ours? Are we still allowed to say the good of man? Or do we have to say the good of and the 92 different types of personalities, whatever there is? Yeah, but it's not just women, that's what I'm saying. I found Mario Redding and he was talking about future stuff, Nostradamus stuff, or Mario Redding. The thing is, these people shouldn't exist in that poem. It's like, what? Just shouldn't. No. Existing is one thing, but information that is factual about them, it's like, what? Don't get it. Like the information that I read about Troy is factual. It really is factual. He went, his soul was in Wyoming, but he wasn't going into Yellowstone. It's in the poem and it wrote before the chase. It says Troy Barlow has the alias, why must I go? It's in the poem before the chase started. It says a lot more things about Troy Barlow, but it's like if he read the poem, he would read all that stuff. He would read it all and go, how does Forrest know this stuff? I think Forrest was the most spiritual guy around. There's no need to be thinking that. I don't know. There's He obviously believed it, but you know, it's easy to believe. It really is. Yeah. Like if you just want to have fun, Just try and read the poem. Find out about yourself. Just find something about yourself. Read it and read something about yourself. I, I don't know how he did it. Well, he said a higher hand, and I can't come up with a better, more believable answer because all of them are crazy. He's a time traveler and he went to the future and did it, or he worked with aliens and aliens gave him the ability to do this, or it just they're all crazy because as a as a run of the mill human being, no, just I don't know. Either he just had these words in this poem and he found sentences and then built the chase around these sentences. Either he did that, which is impossible. How did he get all these people, give them names, ask them to do things without them realizing? So either it's that or it's any of the others. But like I say, the information is factual information that shouldn't. It's impossible to flipping predict. You can't predict them Powerball numbers. And if these numbers here are, for the stoof.com, if they're correct numbers, it's like how stoof.com didn't exist. How can Forrest write about something that doesn't exist? Put numbers in to something that doesn't exist. I don't know. So either he found them in there, set up stoof.com, and going to put the numbers there, or I don't know. I don't know. He did say that. The poems had to be just so. And in all of this, in all of this, in all of that information, and other information that Tim, gets, and Queen gets, and Dustman from the East gets, and every searcher that's had a solve gets, apart from all that information, there's still, the people in the chase, the historical people, the artists, the thoughts, the hidden places, the treasures that have been found, information about the auction, the Canary Diamond. Just this goes on. Maybe had a crystal ball or a Lucille ball. I don't know. He definitely had something. Definitely, it isn't. So, I mean, people don't understand, or I don't know. I'm not trying to insult people, but I don't. The significance of it is, it's not that he knew these things. It's he knew these things as well, because he not only did he know these things, he managed to get them all into that little poem. It's impossible. It shouldn't. It shouldn't be possible to. It's one thing knowing that something's going to happen. It's another thing putting it into this poem, but not just one thing. Everything. It's one thing to say, oh, well, I think, next month this and this and this is going to happen. Then fit it into that poem. But then, there's thousands of other bits of information in there. So it's not just the knowing that it's going to happen, it's getting into that bloody poem and it all being the same, all fitting. Continuous, contiguous, chronological. Has to be read, in the right order. It has to be touching, it has to be the border string stuff. The postman stuff, waiting for the letters. So you get the letters, you get the border string, and then all of a sudden the border string's gone because it's in that bloody poem. It's in that poem. That's where it is. That spaghetti word search poem. I think he sent smoke signals of images in the poem. I think he sent smoke signals of images in the poem. I don't know what that means. I think he sent smoke signals. So even that, the blaze, the picture in the Thrill of the Chase is a map, a real map. And if you knew where it was, it wouldn't be too far away from having an answer. So it's like a fork in the road. When we come to fork in the road, take it together. The picture. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. The stuff, the stuff that is in that book, in that poem, you won't believe what Forrest did to get the information out to us. You know, the lumberjack, Jack, and the forest that's gone. It's like, oh, this was happened when Jack and the forest was gone, and so many stumps and just crazy. I was trying to think what those things were that Forrest talked about. So, were they cluster bombs? Were they cluster bombs? Who told me they weren't bombs? Was it Tigger? What were those things that Forrest talked about? They had like little fans on them that spun as they dropped. I'm sure they were clusters. Were they clusters? Something like that, anyway. Hiawatha didn't bother too much about Minnehaha. Hiawatha style. No, Pocahontas. She's in the poem. And the Pahina tribe. Something like that, I don't know. And Sacagawea. Pocahontas. And her clan. Who else? Edward Teach. Blackbeard is in there. Pat Garrett. Donald Chester Stiff. Lyndon B. Johnson. Reagan. Stuck in a window. The White House envelope. Crazy stuff in there. Absolutely crazy stuff in there. The painting and what's behind the painting or under the painting in the desk. The code. Password. The key. The trapdoor. Oh, the stuff that's in there is crazy. Crazy. And you go mad just. I was grateful, Davey, because doing it on your own, and that's some weird stuff. It's hard to not think that it's crazy. I still think it's crazy now, but at least I've been saying it after Davey. Oh, tea with Olga. Hey, Queen. That was in there as well about the ashes flittering on Taos Mountain. So the stuff in the book that you can read in a book, you can read in a poem. The extra poem that's been talked about, the Babbling Brook poem, is in the poem. It's just crazy. Not the way that I do it. Well, I do it the other way as well, because I showed you it the other way. But that's if you listened or looked. Same video from 3 years ago talks about Kamala driving a covered wagon, bride and riding on the two mules. Yeah, just no, that man. When people mention him, it's like my mind just. Why is he not in an old people's home? And how is he still in charge? Or why does he even try to pretend that he's able to run the country? It's just, I don't know. It's worse than being in the chase, like trying to work that out. It's trying to work out how he is still pretending that he's capable. Just, it's beyond me. And it's not about, I'm not worried about his politics. Just put somebody else there. I mean, I don't agree with what they've been doing, but just put someone else there. Just say, look, you're not fit to run the country. I mean, some people probably say that she's not fit to run the country either, but no, no, just put somebody else there. It's. I don't even live in America, and for me, it's embarrassing because you know we're our country's supposed to be friends with America, and America's supposed to be friends with us, and we've got your back, you've got ours, but I don't know, just no. It's just. I wish I hadn't brought him up. Just what did I miss? Did you send the email to Dorothy? No. I found synonyms for clomp today. Mind blowing. Yes. Do your homework. Thing is, I don't think people realise when Forrest says words don't mean what you think they do. That is an understatement of all understatements. It really is. Words do not mean, they really don't mean what your mind imagines them to mean. Because when you look up what they could possibly mean, and the contradictions are terrible. Up is down, winter is summer, north is south. It's like, what? How are you supposed to find anything when all of those things mean? And I don't mean as an antonym, I mean as a synonym. Yeah, the clump of a boot, all good stuff. The thing is, trying to work out what Forrest is saying, it could take, days to try and, get it right. Because there's so many words, so many words. And in some instances, it is what it is. It means what it is. So, it could be, I'm not saying it is, but it could be the comp of a boot means the comp of a boot. Or it could mean that he was telling you something else. And I truly believe that when Forrest says, things like, it'll get abstract, he's telling you, something important. I don't want to just get an email. I want to sit down and have a chat, warm up to it. God. Otherwise, it gets abstract. And it's like, did you really just say that, Forrest? And then, your best revenge is me wearing a bracelet. It's like, have you just said that? And it's in a safe place. And do you need a crutch? And it's like, I can't believe he just says it like it doesn't mean nothing. Harris is being sued for impeachment for high crimes and misdemeanors. I can't believe how none of them are. That young woman, I don't know, I can't remember her name. Dark hair, dark skin, not dark black, Latina type lady who's always arguing and shouting and screaming. I can't believe that she hasn't been flipping put away. Donald and the untipped waiter. There is 3 horses' heads in the trees, which it is hard to see them. And the untipped waiter. I never looked into the book too much, other than, you know, well, I can't say it's too revealing. But there's information in the poem that tells you to look at the information in the book, or there is information in the book that helps you with the map in the poem, or there is information in the poem that tells you about the information in the book that helps you with the map in the poem. So the poem specifically tells you to look somewhere in the book for numbers that don't exist in the poem, apparently. Oh, yeah. What's the case number? We're talking about Forrest Fenn. He wants to know who's getting impeached. It won't happen. They've all got each other's backs. It's just he should already be in jail. Joe Biden should. His son should, you know, never walk the streets. I don't know. I don't know how these people are getting away with all this stuff. Like they tried to get Donald Trump because of Russia. They tried to get him because of the bloody that whatever name is Desert Storm. And it's like I don't know. I just don't know. I really don't. Yeah, I don't think it's that they failed. I think they didn't want to do it. They were told not to do it. That woman who wants, you know, women in the Secret Service is like, what are you doing? You're just diluting this great country that it was. So I'll talk about America now, not ours. This great country that was, you've diluted it by putting restrictions, and so these people have to join. 30% more women have to be in there. But then you reduce what it is that they have to do to pass, which makes it weaker. You want 30% more women in there, then get them in there, but they still have to follow the same standards. And you're just lowering the standards in order to make quotas. Right, we need 30% more women. Okay, we can't make it as hard as it used to be, so they only need to travel 3 miles instead of 7 or whatever. You only need to run so fast. You know, are you what? No, you still have to run the 7 miles. You still have to run it in such a time. You still have to be so tall. You still have to be so strong. You still have to be all those things. And if you're a woman and you're all those things, you get in. Or you know, even if you're a man who wants to be a woman, or you know, whatever it is, if you can do all of those things, you get the job. If you can't, I don't care if there's 30% more women or not, or 10% more women, or 50% more women. I don't care. If you can do the job, you can do the job. If you can't do the job, you can't do the job. And I don't care about your colour. I don't care about what size you are. If you can't do, well, I do care about what size you are. If the job means you have to be so tall, it's like, come on. If you can't do the job properly, why are you putting people in jobs? It's crazy. You're just diluting the strength that you had because you want more, you know, more bisexuals in there, or more homosexuals in there, or more flipping whatever. Just no. All of it is irrelevant. You need so many people, right? Anyone can apply. Anyone. Everyone who is a United States citizen can apply. But you need to be able to do this. And if you can't do it, see ya. It's almost saying, okay, only 20 women came in today, and we need 20 women in there to get our quota. So pass all of them. What, whether they can do the job or not? Yeah, pass all of them. And I'm not against women. I'm just saying that's what it was. If you can do the job, I don't care if you're male or female or in between or whatever they are. Just be able to do the job. At the end of the year, yeah, there's a reason for that. I followed the poem to 9 Mile Hole, but I didn't have a metal detector. Robert McQuaid. Well, it does. The poem does say 9 Mile Hole. Let's be fair, but it does say ignore Jack because the chest is just a lure. So it tells you about 9 Mile Hole, and therefore that should be understanding why Jack exists and why 9 Mile Hole exists because it's in the poem. I'm buying a new generator and supplies. Haven't seen you for a while, Robert. I hope you're well. Um, had you had to read to us so that the time can begin. How do you know which part of the poem you have to read to us so that? Well, it says the timer can begin, so those are the numbers. Stiff.com is where it is, so that's the part of the poem that you have to read. That's stiff.com. And there's other information about those, about stiff.com that I've talked about before. And that could be wrong, you know. I don't think it is. I think that's exactly what's supposed to happen. The 14, could be wrong because of the 3 that's there, the 4 that's there, the 2 that's there, the 10. Like those could be used, but they don't follow what is normally the case. So the reason why we've used 14 is because 14 is below the home of Brown, and the other 14 is put in. So it's put in below the home of Brown. So the 14 that's below the home of Brown should be the 14 that's at the put in. But it could be a 4, it could be a 3. But we see it as being 14. Oh dear. Yeah. Best person got the job, Biden. It looks like rain here. We had a bit of sun today, so I'm happy with that. Did the lawn. I followed it from Elizabeth Queen, or my church. Even that, there's a church. Well, the map is crazy. The church on the map is crazy. The trapdoor, the the bell, the key, the underground, just crazy, 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 crazy. Oh, you got one of Dave's emojis there. The old hat. The laundry. Brandon Biggs. Dudes of Biden. Absolutely right on. Well, it's definitely George Burns. I think they got the character for George Burns off Biden. I just saw that ice cream truck thing. Unbelievable. I don't know what that ice cream truck is. No, he couldn't run a kindergarten. That's Hey, Golden Key. How you doing? He couldn't run a kindergarten. I mean, I don't have nothing against people that support that political party. But if you're telling me that you think that Biden is a better choice to run your country than Trump, I don't know. Uh, if he's not able to string a sentence together now, in 4 years' time, no chance. He probably won't make it for 4 years. And that's not me being prophetic. It just, no. Not no. And don't get me wrong, Trump's old as well. This you have to be flipping 80 to be president, or 70, or whatever it is. I don't get it. I understand that you have to have lived a bit, but 60, 70, but you shouldn't have to be that old to be president. I understand that you have to be rich, but nowadays you don't even have to be rich. You just need people who are rich, so you can be president. You just need, people with money behind you, so you can run. Mario, if you want to move to the USA, I've got a home for sale for you. I'll make you a great deal. Is it in New Mexico? We were talking about, what to do, where to go, what are the nicest places. Where is it anyway, Frank? Because I don't like the cold. If it's one of them places where it's, snowy and horrible, count me out. Because I don't like the snow here, but you have more of it over there. I want it to be, further south and further north. Well, somebody else is running the country, but the thing is, to put him out in front of everybody, making out that he is, it's just stupid. It really is stupid. Really, really is stupid. And, there is no, from the outside looking in, there is no respect for America because of his uh, lack of ability to just walk. You know, Forget everything else. For him to just walk, he can't even do that. He just sort of like freezes and stands there and doesn't know where he is. It's like, no, no, it's painful to watch. But I've grown up outside of America, obviously. And, I've got no right to say these things, but I'm going to say them. I've grown up thinking, yeah, good presence, speaks well, says some good things. And it didn't matter whether it was Obama, Reagan, Nixon was a bit weird, but they had that aura. You know, you believed that they could run that country. Every president that's been in had a quality that says, yeah, he can run the country. This person, no, no, he can't find his way out of a paper bag. No, he shouldn't be in charge of nuclear codes. No, he should not be in charge. Well, he just shouldn't be in charge. You know, the that border wall is, I don't know. I absolutely don't get why. I do get why, but it shouldn't happen. It's not just about people coming to the country. It's about people dying. Lots of people dying because of their inability to do the right thing. Just crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. And not just the people that are coming into America, those people dying. People dying in America because those people came in. Just, global warming. Ohio doesn't get much snow anymore. Ohio, you're with Street and all them. Richard's in Ohio as well. Is Yeah, Richard's in. I'm going to say more information than that. When Dave Woodard finals signs over his house to me, I want to do. His house? I thought it was. Oh, cheers. Not much then, just rent it to me. His mobile home. No, he needs about 10. His statement was for everybody, not just one person. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. Sorry, Frank. Located in Perrysburg, Ohio, beautiful city. I bet it is. We have winter hats here, man. Made in China. And that is the way of the world, exactly. Yes. Let's buy our hats from China because we have no way, means, or ability to make any hats ourselves. Like we can't do our own oil and stuff like that. You love the cold, hate the heat. No, no, cold, no. No, 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 no cold. Mind you, mon Dieu, mind you, I, since retiring, I haven't had as much need to be out in the cold when it's cold. So, I wouldn't notice it as much, to be fair. VP, that will kick. Oh, it's going cold. I don't think he picked anyone. They told him. I don't think he picked anyone. I really don't. The policies, I don't give them. I don't even know the policies. I don't care about the policies. You cannot. Oh, I don't know. It just winds me up. Get him off that flipping seat and put somebody else on there. Stop sticking up for the flipping idiot. He's an idiot. He's an unwell idiot who thinks that he can run the country, and nobody's brave enough to tell him no. Stop it now, Joe. You're not well. You're not well. Whatever it is that he's got, whatever it is, it should not be sitting in the White House. Should not be. So his doctor should have the ability to say, look, no, it's over. Get off that seat and let your vice president go on there. I don't know how good or bad she is, and I don't care. Obviously, it's not my country and that. But I feel sorry for Americans. Not because of the policies. I don't know the policies. But because that person, no, no. And if anybody sticks up for him, what the heck are you watching and listening to? That debate, he may just as well have said, Trump, you be president. Come in now. That was. I've seen some bad debates. I'll say Nixon and that was, pretty bad. I've seen some bad debates, but that it wasn't even a debate, and he didn't even argue. He didn't even argue with Trump or defend himself when Trump says, "Well, I don't think even he knows what he's saying." He didn't have the mental capacity to turn around and challenge that. That's scary, absolutely scary. And that person is going to go into dealings with that Kamalenko, whatever his name is, in Ukraine, calling him Putin. What? That's probably the worst insult he could have given to that bloke. And calling Kamala Harris Trump. Probably the worst insult he could have given her. And people want him. People want. Oh, I've had a comment from that Thinkology. I wonder if people have actually. That's probably Troy getting upset. But the Thinkology was the scarecrow. It's like the Doctor. The title. It's like, oh no. Well, nothing to do with Yellowstone. Why should we go the Yellowstone Road? It's nothing to do with Yellowstone. I was talking about the Yellowstone Road. I was talking about the Yellow Brick Road, which is Yellowstone Road. Perrysburg has fought Meeks from the War of 1812. I'm sure Bill Gorman ancestors fought. Yeah, they probably didn't die. They probably fought there, but they probably didn't die. Biden's got yellow fever. He's got something. He's meek. He must be meek. No, they've got to for his own health, for the country. Just stop making him. So I don't know. I can't see how people aren't. And I'm talking about if that's what it is. I'm not sure what the policies are, whether he's liberal or whatever it is. Republican, conservative. I don't know. Republicans are conservative, so he must be liberal, I suppose. We have Labour. I don't know if he's Labour. But surely, you know, he's not well. He's obviously not well. There's something wrong. And to be travelling around and doing the things that he's doing, it's not gonna. He's not gonna. He probably won't get better anyway. But he's going to deteriorate quicker if he's being, you know, not as much sleep and all these things to consider. It's time to just say no. That's it, Joe. No, Joe. He should be removed. He should. And I'm not. This is not me being horrible. I am not being horrible. I'm being sympathetic to this person to the point where now I'm not sympathetic anymore because nobody else is. His own wife doesn't say, Joe, come on. Look at these video clips of you. You don't want the world to see you like that, do you, Joe? No, they don't say it to him. He had an interview after the debate and he could not even answer half the questions in there. And when he was asked a question, he just turned around. Well, what about these 20 lies or 28 lies that Trump said? What? What the heck has that got to do with what he just asked you? What 28 lies? What? What are you talking about, Joe Biden? It's like, just answer the question, man. Just sit there and try and think and answer what's being put to you. And if you can't, tell Camilla that you are not able to do the job and let her do it. And that may be worse. She may not be, she may not be up to the job. I don't know. She may be brilliant for the job. I don't know. But she needs to be given that chance because he definitely isn't. And for his own health, he shouldn't be put through it. He's still trying to remain relevant. He needs to leave. Yeah, he shouldn't. His own health will deteriorate if he is asked to do the job of the president. If he is, I don't know. He may just come on stage and then they take him back and he goes and has to lie down and doesn't do anything at all. I don't know. But moving around the country and doing interviews and supposedly meeting heads of state, no, it's not good for him. We'll do lots to help. Ask it what something is in all languages and all cinemas. ChatGPT will do lots to help. Ask it what something is. Oh, ask it what something is in all languages and all synonyms. I hope you're not asking me to do that, INFJ. I've done, I'm not searching. I'm not looking for anything. The answers, as far as I'm concerned and Dave is concerned, they're all coming to fruition. They're all, tickety-boo, running along nicely. What Forrest has planned, Forrest will know because he's got a whole card. So there may be future discoveries to be found. I didn't want to find these discoveries, let alone the other discoveries. So I'm not looking. But I agree with you. Yeah, people should be doing that. Queen will tell you yes. Queen will say yeah. She should be doing those things. Is that what they are saying, Frank? Richard, how you doing? A cup of Joe, if you will. Ah, Joe, not Joe John. The coupe is in full swing. The coupe? I thought that was a car. Saying. Ode to Joe. Harris will be president. Watch and see. Yes, it should have happened already. It should have happened already. And, again, it's not about politics. I don't know your politics. I don't know what party it is. I understand that one's right, one's left. But I don't think he's done a good job as president. I don't think it's. I don't think America is in the same position now as it was when Trump was there. But here's what it is. I don't know if it can be saved. No, I'm saying president, until the end of term, not president, next president. It was a brilliant move on the board. I'm not sure what board that is. Unless checkmate. That was a brilliant move. Hope you are witty, but suspect you are right. Yeah, I'm hoping that it doesn't mean. I don't know what I'm hoping, but yeah, it can all be good. Just think. America needs to look strong again. It needs to regain that, top spot. And the way things are going, China will get top spot, Russia will get second. And then, anything after that is up for grabs. Which is, doesn't look good for the world when you consider that both of those are communists. Away. Oh, no leisure swamp. Clean out the swamp. Clean out the swamp. Yeah, that's not good, I suppose. What a fantastic day it is. Fantastic day. Yeah, we're hoping to start the countdown clock on stoof.com. Make it tick over. And then if that ticks over, then the second one will tick over. And then that should be something like reading what the poem says and it's going over. Should be. Unless, Dorothy has to do something. Let's go to the swamp. Let's go to the swamp. Oh, baby. It's been a good day. It's been a great day. I think it's been a good day for Forrest. I think Forrest couldn't have had a better day. A day to be reckoned. Found trapdoor. Is that near the church, that trapdoor? Well, if you go there, you can go underground, or you can in the bell tower. In the bell tower, get a key off the bell or something. I can't remember what it was now. What island? Queen's becoming a super poem reader. Well, she always was, to be fair, because her focus was more on who is Forrest Fenn and what are the assets. Yeah, she's learning. She's learning. She's doing synonyms too. Mate, she's not distracted. Oh, you found underground? Yes, underground. So you must be at the Queen's Laundry then. Julia Child's Beef Wellington. Thing is, people don't believe that the souls are in the poem, but they're in the poem. They're in the poem. And it's, I don't know how it was done. I really don't. I really don't know how it was in the poem. Not yet. You haven't found that? Your name's Queen and you haven't looked for that? So that's another soul. If or you could take that as a soul. Um, and if you said that to somebody who had that as a soul, they'd say, no, 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 no. But yeah, it is. I am by Queen's Nordish. But the thing is, any of those would have been a soul. Even if you find it, even if you get all of this information, it's not about a chest. So if you find that information, you're still looking for a chest, and the chest is a lure, so it becomes irrelevant. Add to that, don't tell me you found a chest. I don't even need to know your name. You haven't solved the poem. You can't. It's an impossibility that you solved the poem by finding a chest, because Forrest doesn't want to know that you found a chest. So therefore, read me what the poem says means read me something different that doesn't say you found a chest. Read me what it says that doesn't say you found a chest. Therefore, your solve has failed. And it is not a solve for the poem. It can't be. Because you can't read what the poem says and you're telling Forrest you found a chest. So crazy. Yeah, but he only has one brain. That's the problem. Oh, message has been retracted. Oh. The end of the rainbow always reminds me of Lucky Charms. Thimbots. Yes, irrelevant to chest. The chest is in my hands. Oh, the chest is in my hands. I'm happy you can see. Well, you must be at Warm Waters Hole then if you've got your chest. Always after me Lucky Charms. I want to see. Richard, why are you retracting everything? Want to see. Are you talking to Queen? That's a bit of a contradiction. Yes, irrelevant to the chest. The chest is in my hands. Well, it's not irrelevant to the chest then if the chest is in your hands. Autocorrect. So the first bit was about me saying there are people in the chase that aren't very nice, that say bad things about people and there's no need. There are people who are negative that have no imagination at all and can't pick up on the information that's given. So in my other stream, I was talking about the Wizard of Oz, and I was talking about the brave and the meek, and title, the diploma, the Institute of Thinkology, out of one, many, no, out of many, one. And I was talking about the Wizard of Oz, and I was telling people that what I'm saying is not what you think it is, and what you see is not what you think it is. It's something else. And I said, follow the Yellowstone Road instead of follow the Yellow Brick Road. And I thought people, if they just imagine, a little, tiny bit, would pick up on the fact that I'm talking about the Wizard of Oz and Forrest being the wizard, and being brave and in the wood and no place for the meek and no. Is the chest wet? Um, I wouldn't have thought so now, but it would have been, and the hot water may have affected the patina. Um, and probably best to wear gloves and get the flock out of there. Especially today, you'd want to be where it was wet today. I am happy you can see. So does that mean they've closed Yellowstone then? Or did it just happen and then everybody's, carrying on as normal? Like, is there a fear that it's going to happen again? Because well, if the boardwalk's no good, then obviously they've closed that, haven't they? Because they've got to do the boardwalk again, haven't they? But would they open it again, knowing that could potentially happen again? Forest Fenn's rainbow might have been a trout, a canyon, down, even masterpiece of well, definitely masterpiece of the soul. But words don't mean what you think they do. So did he say canyon? That's what I was trying to get at with that stream. Did it? Is it a canyon, or is it something else? Is it a creek, or is it something else? Looked up all the words in the poem, especially the nouns. The canyon, the creek, the end. Hmm. The wood. Hmm. Mario, what are your plans for after fun and answers come out? I have no plans. My plans should be dictated by the poem. Told you I don't think. So according to the poem, I'm supposed to do something in order for something to happen, in order for something to be done. No. Supposed to do something in order for something to be done, for something to happen. Plant some corn. Corn. What are your plans to find an answers coming up? Well, they weren't supposed to be fun and answers, just fun. But I think fun is answer. The way I see it is the information that comes out is telling you what the answer is. And once you have the answer, you have the answer. Because the answer is, and once you have the fun, you have the answer. Because the answer is the fun. And the fun is the answer. Well, we're only making plans for Nigel, apparently. We're only making plans for Nigel. Well, you're going to put me up. If all goes well, I might go over and see my sister in Oklahoma. In Guthrie, I think it is. Guthrie, Oklahoma. Which is not too far from Temple. Not too far from Texas, and not too far from Wyoming. Going that way, west, going south to Texas, west to Wyoming, and New Mexico and Colorado and Montana. But obviously, I'd like to see Yellowstone, OKC. No, just OK, Oklahoma is. Make your plans is antagonistic to freedom. Yeah, we're only making plans for Nigel. And they're funsters. Funsters. I'm still hoping that Forrest is still alive. And if Fun and Answers come out, I will do my darndest to be over there and see that man. I wish, well, it wouldn't have made any difference to everything that's gone on. It wouldn't have. And I've lost my wife now, so. Um, but I wish when I went over there, I went to New Mexico. There's a prosciutto over there in Montana. Guthrie is close to Oklahoma City. Yes, she lives in Guthrie. So I'll go over to see her, maybe, depending what the Fun and Answers are. It sure will be something to see. America. America. Living in America. There are loads of places in America that I'd love to see. But obviously, I think first and foremost, I'd like to see Yellowstone. No place on, well, I say there's no place on earth like it. There is one. There is exactly like it. In, forgotten. California. California. What's it called, Davey? It's called, I should know. Oh, things are flipping. Places that I went to. So there's a place exactly like. So it's California. Fendi, woohoo! Or Hell on Earth, somebody said, Journal of a Trapper type thing. Said Yellowstone was hell on earth. Or was it Lewis Clark? No, I think it was in Journal of a Trapper. Or some Wyoming story that, the tree got burnt, the bloke was in a tree. No, the tree didn't. The bloke was in the tree and there was a fire and it saved him from the bear or something that was outside. Whatever, I can't remember. Or would sunbathe on the doodah and the deer fell down the hole. Antelope, deer, antelope, deer, whatever. Oh, I'd love to go over. Really would. Really, really would. Heaven on earth, saying. Redneck, how you doing? Haven't seen you for a while, or read you. Hope you're well. Hope you've been good. Not sure what place you are looking for. The thermal place in California. Remember, the similar to those geezers. The lights are on. Ooh, and people are home. Ukraine attacked Crimea today. Oh dear. Not good. Well, they better do it quick because if Trump gets in, he ain't going to give them any more money or whatever. Yeah, but it was had a different name. Got some O's in it. Remember Hot Springs, but it was called something else. I didn't want to use that word. I didn't want to use that. I won't. I think it began with a C. I can't remember now. Does anybody know? I didn't want to use the Mammoth Hot Springs word. Excuse me. Begins with something else. The place itself. So it'd be like Mammoth Hot Springs is in Fort Yellowstone. This one's in Cockapoo or whatever it is. It don't matter. I bet Fendi got that. I was talking about the Wizard of Oz yesterday, didn't you? Or the day before, whenever it was. Like the Yellowstone Road was the Yellow Brick Road. Follow the Yellowstone Road, I put. So somebody wrote, why would you follow the Yellowstone Road if you want to do the Yellowstone? So, well, if you follow the Yellow Brick Road and you have the brave and the meek, the lion and the cowardly lion, and the diploma for the scarecrow, and the brains, that was it. Brains, brains, brains. The heart, brains, and title. Amy, hello. How you doing? Missed the fun bit. No, there's no fun bits. I'm lying. I'm lying. There's no fun bits. It is just what it is. I'm trying to get the countdown started on Steve.com. So I was reading what the poem said, and it said that a certain amount of days, hours, minutes, and seconds, and then when that's done, I found Yellowstone Road. I better stop talking. Yes, you better stop talking. Yellowstone Road. Yellowstone Road is from, if this is the one that you got, because another one, is from, the answers I already know, that area going up. So, for all to see that area, there's a Yellowstone there. And there's a Wyoming there as well. But if you use the Wyoming, you can't use that Yellowstone. You have to use the Yellowstone going up to take the chest and go in peace. Do, do, do. I'm doing better than good. I'm doing fantastic. Recently reconnected with an old high school flame. Hey, well done and congratulations. Excuse me. Invite us to the wedding. I didn't mean you and Davey. I meant those that aren't getting it. If they type in define lash in all languages, they'd have easy compared to years ago. Yes, they definitely would. Yes, in all languages. I don't suspect anything. Why was Miss Ford trying to teach me Spanish? My eyes are open. It's just my eyelids that are closed. Love it. Brandon Biggs had a vision of the New Madrid fault opening up the Mississippi River. I think most prophets have done to death the fact that America is going to get flooded. Excuse me. And it's going to be, a different place. Which could be why all these rich people are moving from where they're moving to other places. And some are moving to higher elevation. I mean, there's always an issue, living near a river. But what's supposed to be coming is going to be an issue for everybody, worldwide. It's not just going to be America, east of the Mississippi. Well, I was supposed to have done it, before, but yeah, it's a pleasure to go live. thing is, like I say, it's hard to get people to listen to how brilliant Forrest was. It really is. Like, people would rather call him a liar than say their soul can't be correct, or that there isn't something better being done. A redneck wedding in 2025 is definitely possible. It seems. Woohoo! What up? Yo yo yo! Jason Northface, how are you doing? I see you. Oh no, a rabbit hole. Rabbit. Don't mess with my poem. Is that a 9 mile hole? Possibly. Good movie. You see you. See you. Think I was saying to David, I've tried to do stuff in the chase to just keep the chase moving forward. Not because I'm affecting anything or doing anything, but just what's trending in the chase, what's happening in the chase. I'm talking about, even though you don't understand what I'm talking about. the the stream the other day was, proof of that. Nobody questioned what any of it was about. Not the doctor, not the, out of many one, not the thinkology, not the brave or the meek or the wizard or Dorothy or anything. Nobody questioned anything. And yet, from where I'm standing, it's good information. Or where I'm sitting, it's good information. What? What does that mean? Are we allowed to call them Pakistanis? What does that mean? I have a terrible problem with Pakistanis. Oh, you mean coming over here? I thought you meant me personally. Yeah, we are, well, we're just like you, really. We're a country where, people are better off if they come here than if they're in another country. It's as simple as that. So they come over here. But the thing is, they come over here and they want us to live in this country like they live in that country. So we've got no identity. Our identity is being eroded away because we are told that we should embrace the minority's views and therefore change our own culture and identity. And that doesn't make sense. Yeah, well, I suppose you can get away with calling Pakistanis, but you can't get away with calling Pakis. What? I don't know what that means either. What does that mean, Queen? I think it's because people are not at that point yet. What point yet? I know I'm not. I should speak for myself. I don't know what you're saying. I can't remember what I've just said. So it's because people are not at that point. Oh, because of what I said about not understanding. But so I did it, but then I said that it's not. It's not what it seems. Those scarecrows aren't scarecrows. It's a field full of pansies. So I'm telling you that what you're seeing and what I'm saying is not what you think it is. So you have to think, what if? What is he saying then? What is the brave? What is the meek? What I don't know what the other thing was I said. Who's the doctor? What's syncology? Why out of many one? What does all that have to do with Yellowstone Road? Just, what's that got to do with the Wizard of Oz? Talk about Forrest being the wizard. What's that got to do with it? Well, Yellowstone Road is Yellow Brick Road. And in the Wizard of Oz, there was a cowardly lion which was meek and wanted to be brave and strong and courageous. Those sort of links. So that's what I was trying to say, but it just didn't happen. Well, I think you're at that point. It's just if you're prepared to listen to the fact that what you think you're seeing and hearing is not that. So it's not a case of switching off, it's a case of switching over. Okay, so he's not telling me about the Yellowstone Road, then what is the Yellowstone Road? What could it possibly be? There aren't many things that involve a wizard and brave and meek and those sort of things that it could be. So I don't think it's much imagination to go from one to the other, if you're prepared to do that. And I don't see people are. I just think they want to believe what they're hearing is it. They don't want to work that little bit to. It's not a guess to try and deduce what's being said. And it was all to do with Pansy and Rabbit, which is talk, which which is Dorothy, a friend of Dorothy, which is the Scarecrow. But, I think it all makes sense. But that's me. I could be wrong. Why do we need a timer if Forrest threw away his watch? Why do we need a timer if Forrest threw away his watch? Well, Forrest is the one that doesn't need a timer. We need a timer, especially if we need to know what 30 days is. If there is a 30 days. Forrest didn't want to. Forrest doesn't need a watch because he didn't want to go to bed before dark and didn't want to get up before light or whatever the statement was. But it's a good question. Why do we need a timer, Forrest? But it's not actually telling the time, is it? It's just counting down. Steve, how you doing? Your eyes are as beautiful as the moon shining on the Ohio. You're in Ohio as well. Have you come in as Frank and Steve? During the summer in Cincinnati, Mario. Thanks for the show. Cheers, Steve. And your writing is just as beautiful. I can't see it. Yes, America thinks differently, in my opinion. I found it extremely hard to understand. Yes, and I think Forrest knew that. And that was a statement that I made. An American searcher won't be able to do it. Not because, they're not clever. It's because it's done in a way that it's difficult to understand. The first part is admitting that you haven't got a clue. That's the first part. If you think you understand what Forrest is saying and doing, then no, 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 you don't. You understand what you think it is, but you really don't understand what Forrest is saying. Because I'm not saying it's impossible to understand what Forrest is saying, but I'm saying it's not easy to just listen to Forrest and go, oh, yeah, he's saying this. Jack was an American. Yeah, but Jack didn't solve it, did he? Did he? Did Jack solve it? And who is Jack? I only know Jonathan. And I'll stick to that. I'll stick to that for We call him Jack. His name was Jonathan Stoof, and then somebody put Jack in the middle, and then they decided to call him Jack. So was he Jack for a reason? And Jack would have found the chest if you know what the synonyms of Jack are. Or in a bad chest. Oh, a fake chest, maybe. Saves for a rainy day. But, it's quite possible that Jack is Forrest, who is a shy guy from back east. A person who doesn't want to be known. Who found something. So, if it's Occam's razor, if you take out all the what's the name, then the simplest one is what it should be. Maybe it's the simplest thing. What if Forrest is watching to the future? Or into the past? He didn't just throw his watch, did he? He ripped up something. Or Shiloh, who lived east of Forrest. Or Shiloh, who lived east of Forrest. A shy guy from back east. Or Shiloh, who lived east of Forrest. But not Jack. Not Jonathan. So let's just look at it this way. Let's just be stupid. Let's just think, what if? Forrest never said that Jonathan was the finder. And all we have is a picture of this person sitting at a table watching Forrest with his own chest and his own stuff. So, some random guy is sitting in the office with Forrest. And Forrest didn't say he was the finder. And Forrest is clearly saying, this is my chest and my stuff. And Forrest is clearly wearing the bracelet, which is, the best revenge. What was that saying? What was that photo shoot saying? It was definitely, in my opinion, definitely saying, this Jonathan Stoof bloke, he's just sitting here watching what's going on. Someone will find this in the future. Oh, Kurt was a black man with white curly hair. Ooh. Mary, please, never forget, no one believes anyone. They just drink together. Yeah, so it's not about believing. It's about having faith. It's hard to know what to believe in the chase. It really is hard to know what to believe in the chase. But in all of it, you have to have faith in Forrest. You have to truly accept the fact that he did something amazing. And the only way, seriously, all you solvers out there, the only way you will know is if he tells you. It's as simple as that. If you came up with the answer yourself, you don't know the answer. Nobody can think my thoughts. Nobody, 9 billion people in the world, nobody can think my thoughts. So therefore, whatever you thought, however you got your answer, with your thoughts, they're not Forrest's thoughts, they're yours. So therefore, whatever answer, whoever you are, who thinks they're the solver, they're your thoughts, not Forrest's. So the only way you can have an answer is, all right, yeah. And if I do that, right, but how will I know? Oh yeah. That's the only way you're going to know. Anything that you think is irrelevant. It really is irrelevant. Or, how did I say it? I can't remember who said it now. Irrelevant? Irrelevant. Irrelevant, he said. Irrelevant. So it's irrelevant. Whatever you thought of, however you got the solve, it can't be correct. It can't be because you're saying that you thought what Forrest Fenn thought. And those people that have this brilliant solve that nobody's going to think of, it's not you either. Because when you find out what it is, everyone's going to say, oh, why didn't I think of that? And you're going out your way to think of a solve that nobody's going to think of. But when you hear it, they'll all go, oh, why not think of that? It's that simple. So, no, it's not that solve either. Forrest has to tell you the answer. Has to tell you the answer. Now, he's done that in the poem, and he's done it in the interviews and the book and everything else. Not in the book. In scrapbooks and stuff like that, he's giving you the information on how to do this and how to understand it. But Forrest has to tell you, if you have come up with the idea and the solution, no, that come from you. It's not supposed to come from you. Nobody can think my thoughts. Can't play what? Missed it. I even blew into a didgeridoo and didgeridoo. Didgeridoo. Forrest gave out free drinks or simple on what he springs back to our payment. What's he got to pay you for? For having, a solve that probably 20, 30 other people have had. Another word for Jack is John Doe. Yes, and John and Joe, or a Joe John that's in chat now. There he is, Joe John. Another word for Jack is Joe and John, and John Doe. Which is why, if you remember, I did a video about it, the John Doe thing. Oh man. Yes, Jack synonyms with placeholder and local. John Doe is used to refer to a man whose real name is not known or cannot be revealed. Exactly. Exactement. Exactement. Got two hairs in the chest. Who do they belong to? Mario, do you have all your poem translations on file? All the differences are so you see unfaithful, we only need the truth. I have many translations on file. I have many words and synonyms in on notepads and stuff like that all over the place. But all those many aren't relevant to the simple answers that you need to the chase. That's if we're correct. But all you get is the truth. So I don't know why I did that, but that's all you get. You only get the truth. So Mary did have all your poem translation on file, yes. Minus all the defensive remarks against the unfaithful. I don't know what that means. Minus all the defensive remarks against the unfaithful. Oh, about the people who don't believe. Jack. Trump. Exactly, Davey. Yeah, Queen was definitely trying to find out who Forrest was. Because page 133 say it's vital that no one share the knowledge of the treasure location. Vital. And hence, Forrest, I'm happy with myself. I'm not going to America. You know, I can't remember if I said in the near future or the foreseeable future or ever. I can't remember what I wrote. But, you know, don't trust no one, not even me, Forrest said. So what are you supposed to do? Just wait? Oh yeah, you're supposed to just wait. Jack is a John Doe. Jack is a John Doe is a great and accurate phrase. Yeah, Jack is a John Doe. Nobody, Doctor Nobody. That was another song I did. Doctor Nobody. Where was that? New Mexico. Doctor Nobody. Find a doctor. Find Doctor Nobody. That was another one I did. And it exists. All of these souls exist. They're like, I say you can't make it up, but obviously Forrest did make it up. They, any soul that you come up with, whatever you think, you can get there. Everything relates to the chase. You can be walking down the street, wherever you are, any part of the world, and it almost seems chase related. That's how vague the poem was and how your mind thinks. But the person named John Doe is very much alive. Well, let's hope so. Davy B, it's nobody, not no one. Yes, nobody. Nobody. I hang my head, Richard. You are correct. Five leaf, right. John Doe till the release, and if still denying the soul after that, he'll probably break loose. Listen, there is not a single person in the chase. If they saw Forrest, if they saw Forrest, if, would believe that their soul was correct and would not challenge him. Would not challenge him. Because if you can't listen to, don't tell me you found a chest. I don't know. I have no idea what you've been in the chase for. If you can't hear those words, don't tell me you found a chest. I don't even need to know your name. If you can't take those on board, I don't know why you're in the chase. What does it matter what you write as long as the reader knows what you mean? I can't believe you two are having that conversation. Vital, which organ? Hi, Nikki. Kidney, wasn't it? Ah, that's another solve as well. The kidney, the what was the word? Oh, the I can't remember it. Dang nabbit. The oh, look up this Queen. Look up kidney. Tell me what the word is. The oh, can't remember what the word is now. I can't remember it. Mind you, I've done this. I hope the countdown clock starts. Um, and not for me. I'm not, but for the chase to keep moving forward, something should happen. And if it does, it proves the poem. And I'm not trying to get vindication from me. That's not what I'm doing. Just it proves the poem. And if it proves the poem, well, I don't know. It is, people probably think that I'm exaggerating, but the poem is a miracle. It is. It shouldn't. It shouldn't happen. Feather, something else as well. Feather. It means phylum. Phylum, which I'm trying to think back now. This is 4 or 5 years ago. This is doing this because this is when I first came in. I was doing this and the widow's mite. Forrest talked about and the fetish, a last name fortune, spun a fickle web, blah blah blah. That sort of stuff I was doing. Too late for oops. You can bark forever, it won't change it. The truth is, and it's not a solve. Talk about Steve.com. It's just information that's in the poem about something that didn't exist when Forrest started the chase. Again, affecting the future, knowing the future, however you want to look at it. That's crazy. Really is crazy. Cooper's out there. Phylum, yes. Yes, there's another grain. There's grain there as well. To do with the grain in the wood of the I was going to say Buffalo Bill, Sitting Bull Peace Pipe. So he had kidney cancer. Kidneys. So something spot. The cancer is a spot. So the kidney is. The kidney was. I can remember phylum, but that wasn't the answer. It doesn't matter. I've had so many solves, it's crazy. I didn't take a radial off of it. I wonder why that was. DB Cipher, Louis Cipher, Endless Names. Yeah, they're all on the road to nowhere. You had to have Forrest solve. The only way you're going to get Forrest solved is if he told you. Anything else, I said the other day, football game, playing on this pitch here. All the solvers in the chase, you say they're the solver. Playing a match, fighting each other, trying to be the winner. Meanwhile, the thrill of the chase is on this pitch. No spectators, no players. Well, a couple of players. A manager, maybe a trainer. That's it. Everyone else is fighting over here to try and win this, whatever they're playing, whatever they're doing. And Forrest is over here, just don't get it. Louie, Louie, Louie. Luigi, Super Mario. It's me. I can't imagine what info you will give me. I found a lot of info in the poem, but don't kid yourself, Tigger. I've probably got 2 years of information that has nothing to do with anything, and I am fully aware of information that Queen has, and fully aware of information that Tim has, fully aware of information that Dutchman Man from the East has, how they went about getting that information and what the information is. So I have a lot of information I haven't shared. There may be information that you have that I haven't got, but I can assure you it should not be possible for all that information to be in that poem. Shouldn't be possible. And that is not, so there's information doing it the way that I'm showing you, but I've showed you different ways to get information. And there's information doing it in a different way. So sliding the lines, you can get information. In this one that I'm showing you, I'm not sliding the lines, but you can slide the lines to get information. And I talked, about the Blackfoot and the Queen and stuff, and going down Igo Road and to the homestead and stuff. There's lots of ways to get information out of that poem. It should not be possible for it all to make sense. That's the thing. Like the poem within the poem, in the first stanza, shouldn't be in there. It shouldn't be possible to do that. But then you can take that out and read about Vietnam. And you can take that out and read about the Yellowstone National Park going to the east entrance, blah, blah, blah. And you can take that out and then read about, and it shouldn't be possible to do all of that. It shouldn't. Like, you should be able to try and hide some information in there, and that's it. But then when you have to take that information and then hide different information in there, surely at some point those words must change, as I have gone alone in there. If that's how you did the first bit of information, how do you manage to get the second bit of information in there by keeping the same words? Just don't know. Nothing burgers. That's not it. So, as I said, I stopped searching because the information that I have is, who Forrest is, or we have, who Forrest is, what this was about, all the information, that I've shared. But other than that, there's just information. It's nothing to do with the thrill of the chase. I mean, I can tell you about, sunken ships and gold mines and all sorts of things. The Lyndon B. Johnson stuff and Ronald Reagan. That was, these I mentioned earlier. Pocahontas, Taylor Swift, family tree. Just crazy information that shouldn't exist. Should not exist in there. And yet it does. And, the moon and the sun and the planets, the constellation is that the word? A map of how they all align in the sky at certain times. That's in there. The butterflies and the moths and the ants and the elephants. It's all in there. It's all in there. All of it. It's not believable, but it's all in there. You can work out where Jupiter, Mars, Saturn, Moon, blah, 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 are going to be in line with each other at certain times of the year. That's crazy. Talked about a green comet that nobody had seen since the time of Neanderthals. How the scientists didn't know. How can Forrest put that into the poem when the scientists didn't even know about it? But he put it in there, written as it was explained about Neanderthal man. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in that poem that I have. But, some of the stuff, or a lot of the stuff, it's not about having a soul. It's not about anything. It's just other stuff. That's not it. I can't remember. What's not it? That's not it. The guy studying the gypsy wagon in Dinosaur Park is onto something. I've been voting here. The guy studying the gypsy wagon in Dinosaur Park. Were you saying that's not it before you even said that? Hi, Amy Tigger Richard. Hi, Nola. Oh, not saying hi to me. Saying hi to everyone else. Maybe I'll put out there a real cheese collectible one day. Do they all find the same? No, that's what I'm saying. They don't, and you're not meant to. So Tim finds similar information, not the same information, but similar information. But Tim goes out into nature and finds stuff that you can find. So if that was the solve, he would find a chest or the chest. If that was the way to solve it, he would find the chest because he's actually going places based on the information from the poem. And at some point, he will get the information needed. If he carries on doing it, he will get the information needed to take him to the place that it was. In my opinion, I think he will. If he keeps doing it, at some point, he will get the information. If he uses the right information, he will get the correct information. I think. They all float. Yes, they do. Is a kidney vital? Seems Forrest lived just fine without his, yeah. Oh, so we talk about heart then, are we? Or is the brain an organ? I thought the brain was a muscle. Is the brain a muscle? I don't know what the brain is now. There is much we have not said, but there is stuff in that poem that is off. Yeah, it really is. It's just, well, we've said it, but we said stuff, but we haven't explained what, in depth what it is. I'm just listening tonight. What does Old Bill mean in British English? Answer, a policeman, yeah. But if you carried on with that, you'd find some interesting words. But for you, it'd probably mean like, an old dollar. Yeah, the old bill. I think it's because his name was William Peel, was it? I can't remember now. But unless it was Bill Gorman, it's probably him. He's the old Bill. You'll be surprised, really surprised. If the deeper you go into the synonyms, the more surprised you'll be. And you'll come across synonyms that have got like, I don't know, 15 to probably 20 of the words that are out of the poem. So, for one word, within that, the synonyms of that word, you can take so many words out of the poem. And that's crazy. Considering there's only 166 words in the poem, you can get, 20 from just, looking at one word. And what's worse is, or better, is, they're important words like, warm, blaze, brown. Just, it's like, oh, didn't know that meant that. Or, answer, secret, key. treasure trove, riches, chest, Jack. So this was, it was always going to happen. This video was, at some point, because it must have been predicted. It must have been predicted. That's all I can say. Or affected. However you want to look at it. Either it was seen that it was going to happen, or Forrest read it in the poem and made it happen. So read stoof.com in the poem, which I find very hard to believe. Read it in the poem and then made stoof.com, which is just as impossible as predicting the future or knowing the future, or not just that. It's not just that. I keep saying that, but it's not just that. It's getting it in the poem. It's not the knowing that it's going to happen. It's knowing all these things are going to happen and getting them all in the poem. It's like doing one of them is bad enough, but to know that it's going to happen and then manage to write it in the poem and then change it each time. And each event, going back to the photo in the boy's office, the 3 words from Ryan Bavetta, going across the Long Island, Madison Totem Cafe. They found the lid to the ice cream, the butterfly, monarch butterfly tattoo, and the sunflower. It's like, how do you get all that? How do you know it's going to happen? And then how do you get it into the poem? And if you didn't know it was going to happen, how do you make Ben and Ashley talk about a monarch butterfly and a sunflower? To get hold of Ben and Ashley and say, right, either their names are really Ben and Ashley, or he says, right, your name's Ben, your name's Ashley, and I want you to do this. You're going to do a show and you're going to talk about this tattoo and this sunflower tattoo, this monarch butterfly tattoo and this sunflower tattoo, because it's in the poem. That's crazy. So all of it's crazy. All of it's crazy. I know it is. And that's what I said earlier about, I was glad David was around, because all of it is crazy. And yet there it is. It does sound godly. And, I'm not going to deny, I prayed that I could solve the poem. I went to America and I thought, idiot. Well, effing idiot. And I came back and I prayed that I could solve the poem. The chest was irrelevant then. It's like, what? I went over there to get a chest and thought I was going to pick it up, put it in my pocket, get on a plane and come back to England. That's how stupid and how greedy and whatever the words you want to use, that's how it was. And I knew right there and then that that's not what Forrest Fenn did. He didn't do that. He didn't do that for people to do what I did. This poem is not for people to do what I did. And I regret, even solving the poem, I regret doing that. Because, I spent money I didn't really have. I left my wife here. Just, just stupid, greedy, stupid. I mean, I was doing it for her as much as anyone, but just greedy, stupid. Well, he went to a sun dance, so I believe if he can go to a sun dance, he can go to a rain dance. I'm trying to help the American people by being a Padawan. And you're being a great Padawan. I think the fact that the hard part is the listening. That's the hard part. The realizing that without Forrest telling you the answer, you ain't going to get the answer. That's the hard part. Once you realize that, once you say to yourself, I can't do this. I have no idea. I have no idea what this person did. None. I have no idea what he did. There are 350,000 people who have no idea what he did. Otherwise, they would have found it. It would have been found within the 9 years or 8 years or whatever it was going before I came to the chase. It would have been found, and it hasn't been found. So therefore, nobody knows what Forrest Fenn did. No one knows. Nobody knows what he did. So I'm not going to do what everybody else is doing. I'm going to do something different. I'm going to listen to what Forrest said and try and work out how he did this, why he did this, and what the heck he did. What did he do? Wasn't yeah, he was. He put a chest out there. But that wasn't it. That wasn't what this was about. What did he do? And how did he hide that chest? Because that chest wasn't found. How did he hide that chest? Well, he must have hid it in the plane because all you need is a plane. Okay, then. He looked up all the words. Okay, he looked up all the words. I want to look up all the words. If Forrest looked up all the words, he looked up all the words for a reason, especially the nouns. You don't need all the words, but it's risky to ignore any of them. So I need to understand that all these words, all of them are important. They're all going to be used at some point to find out something. And that's how it started. Forrest has to tell me the answer. So I have to listen now and try and work out what it is that he said and try to work out how to solve this poem. And it's hard work. And when you find the answer, you just go, no, 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 no. I went through all that. I went through all of that, all of it. Why don't I just do this? Why don't I just do this? Again, that's for the chest. For the chest, why didn't I just do that? Why didn't I just do that? What do you mean it hasn't been found? No, when I was in the chase, when I first came into the chase, it hadn't been found. You know, 8 or 9 years it was going, and nobody had found it. With all, the professors and the professional treasure hunters, those people doing the ciphers and everything, they all came and went because they couldn't solve it. So when I came in, it still hadn't been found. And I'm thinking, well, why haven't all these people who've had a go at finding this chest not found it? Because if there's 350,000 people, let us say there's 5,000 possible places. No, 10,000. 20,000. There's 20,000 possible places within New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. 20,000 possible places where there's a warm waters hole. That means those places must have been looked at by more than one person. Then you factor in some people went 200, 300, 400 boots on the ground. So those places had been done to death. There's only so many warm waters hole you can come up with. And then there's only so many souls that can be done. So they would have been done to death as well. So all of these souls and all of these places have been done to death. So therefore, this is not what you're supposed to do. So once you start realizing that, well, I need to listen to Forrest, and you hear the things that there was only ever going to be one spot. Oh yeah, one spot. There was only ever going to be one spot. Right, okay. You won't know you have the correct warm waters hole until you have the chest in your hand. Okay. Right. If I told you the home of brown, you go right straight to it. Okay. It's not who you are, it's who you can make me think you are. Oh yeah. I hope nobody ever finds out who the real Forrest Fenn is. What? What? Hang on. What? Does anybody know? Does anybody here know about my secret treasure? No. What? Those sort of things. Just like what? No. No, this is not about a chest. This is not about a chest. This is about a secret treasure. So there is a chest and there's a secret treasure. And maybe a diabolical solve as well. So hang on a minute. Now I know that I have to separate what's potentially governed by the rules of the chase, so many miles north of Santa Fe, blah, 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 and what is potentially anything, open to anything, has no rules. It's a secret treasure that was hidden, has no rules to it. So, how do I understand how to find a secret treasure which is separate to a chest, which might not be the diabolical solve, which is simple yet difficult but not impossible? How do I separate all these things into different places and use, above 5,000, below 10,200 feet, if I was where the chest was, blah, 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 and separate that from if you die with more than $50 in your pocket, you're a failure? Or my father said, die more in the last 15 minutes or whatever, then how do I separate these bits of information into a secret treasure and a chest? And if it's not about the chest, then what is the secret treasure? And who is Forrest Fenn? Why did he put the hairs in the chest? So there were separate solves that needed to be worked on using the information that Forrest gave. And like I say, I come up with really weird, based on what Forrest Fenn said. And, Jenny Kyle says, why has nobody been able to say checkmate Forrest? It's like, what? How does a treasure hunt become a checkmate Forrest? So, there was information that made me think, there's something not quite right here. So those are the things I did. So that's what I meant by it has been found. It wasn't found when I first came into the chase. Trust me, at the rate I'm going, it will take me 10 years, but then I'll be dead. No, you're doing all right. But you said that Jonathan is not Jack or the finder, but someone is the finder. They must have found the lure, and if they found the lure, then FF found them too. But you said that Jonathan is not Jack or the finder. I said, what if? So, what if the finder is Forrest? What if the solver is Forrest? Because Forrest has his own chase and he has his own solving to do. There's something that Forrest has to solve. Because he says, take my last flight to a place where even memory hasn't been. So can I make it happen? So therefore he's trying to solve something. He's trying to do something. So is he trying to find something or found something? Now I don't mean he found it, I mean make it. Because he worked in a foundry. So is he making something? Why is it that I must make and leave my trove for all to seek? So therefore, if he's making his trove, remember he told us he got the chess pieces and everything together, but there's a secret treasure. So he's making his secret treasure. Possibly, what if he is? What if he was? What if he's the solver? What if he's the finder? And I'm not saying that's what it is, but I'm saying if you're not thinking those things, you're not going to understand the chase at all, ever. I'm not saying you have to understand those things. I'm saying these are the things that I was thinking when the chest was found. because if it's not about the chest, then it's definitely not about the chest, because the poem says, ignore Jack, the chest is just a lure, etc. And that's right across the middle where it says, take the chest and go in peace. Goes to the same place that, I've done the videos of. And talks about 9 Mile Hole. So none of it's relevant. So the chest may have been found, but not by Jack. So there may be a finder. But when I first came to the chase, there was definitely not a finder. Definitely not a finder. And the chest has been found. I think I know where the chest is. Davey thinks he knows where the chest is. The chest, or was. The chest definitely has been found. But the thrill of the chase wasn't about that chest. The thrill of the chase was about Forrest making something happen. And when that happens, that will be the beginning of the end. The end of the beginning. That's, for me, that will be the promise of, I can't remember who said it, promise of future discoveries. So, FF, if that's what you say, Forrest was after that fish. And from, the sounds of it, he already knew. He already knew who and how and, why, where, when. Already had all that sorted. However he did it, I don't know. I have no idea. No idea. Or, divine intervention. However, it doesn't matter how it was, how it came about. Only that Forrest managed to do what he wanted to do, what he was trying to do on that page in the book. Only when it happens, will Forrest have a memory of it. So whatever it was hadn't happened. When he wrote the book, it hadn't happened up until, going forward, even now, and I think now, happened. But going forward, Forrest could not have the memory or take that last flight. When that happens, then for Forrest, his endeavour, so should I succeed in this endeavour, it has been done. He succeeded in that endeavour. And that wasn't hiding a chest in the Rocky Mountains. So if you have a soul that finds a chest in the Rocky Mountains, it has nothing to do with the endeavour that Forrest undertook, or the secret treasure that Forrest talked about, or sharing in the passion that Forrest talked about, or anything that Forrest talked about. Because Forrest talked about his thrill of the chase, and you talked about a chest full of gold. And that's what you went looking for. And Forrest has talked about the thrill of the chase. So, yeah, the chest has been found. But there was a secret treasure to be found as well. And I think there was a diabolical soul. I know it seems like there was a diabolical soul. And Forrest says, when you put that chest on your lap, blah, 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 which is probably part of that. One day, many will rip their souls up, muttering, damn, damn, damn. Barney Rubble, Sussel, Fussel, all Muttley. What if it already happened? I don't know what that means if it already happened. I think Forrest caught every fish. The best way to catch that fish is to catch them all. Every fish in the pond. Put enough lures out to catch every single one of them. And then, you can't lose. Yeah, that's possible. Absolutely possible. But I think his secret where, no. Can I keep? I can keep, not can I? Nearly said something then. I can keep my secret where? So not I can keep my secret place. Where can I keep my secret? And is that the secret place? You understand what I'm saying? I can keep my secret where? Where can I keep my secret? Oh, I know. I can keep my secret. So not I can keep my secret place. Where can I keep my secret? So now you're looking for a place where Forrest can keep a secret. Even though you're looking for that place anyway, it sounds different if you read it different. And then you may be able to find the place that Forrest wanted to die. So I think there was talk of an urn when I first came into the chase. I can't remember what it was about. But if that was Forrest's urn, then. But there was also talk of, block 4, row 23, 22, whatever, which is important. If you know the reason for the time delay, you would know the answer. If you are guessing, you will fail. If you think you know, you will fail. His secret treasure has been found. I believe you do, Tigger. Do you know where it was? Where what was? The chest? You're asking Tigger, does she know where the chest was, or does she know? Yeah, that's the only question can be asking, really. Where the chest was. I find it hard to believe that nobody knows where the chest was. It's like there's only, in my opinion, there's only one place, apart from that other place. There's only one place that it could possibly have been. One place. If you read the poem as as it should be, not as it is. If it makes sense. I say stuff and then, like, if I talk to Queen, I'll say stuff and she'll like, I don't understand. And to me, it makes sense, but I get that maybe it doesn't, to other people. So hopefully, there will be amicable chats, and no, I don't see why people have to disrespect each other. I don't see why people have to fall out with each other. This is not a race between ourselves. This is just Forrest making it happen. Nothing that we do will change anything. It won't change anything. Maybe. But no. Okay, let's change that a bit. Nothing can be done to affect the chest or the secret treasure or whatever else. Nobody can nobody can find it now. Nobody can take it now. Nobody, can be one up more than someone else. Whatever was done was done. Forrest told us it was done. What he was doing wasn't done, but what we were supposed to do was done. And if you solved the poem, whenever you solved it, you would have known that and you'd have just waited, as you're supposed to. If you'd have solved the poem, you'd have just waited for Forrest to make it happen. That would be it. Grr, Forrest. Yeah. So, and that's the funny thing. It's like Forrest said all of these things, and you know that when the answer comes out, everything will be correct. And yet people have souls that have nothing to do with what Forrest said. So, I believe did the hot water affect the patina was a definite clue, a definite hint. Not just something that, was supposed to be laughed off. Seriously, over my treasure has been found. Yeah, I think that's the important thing. Stop looking. Don't put yourself at risk. That's the only reason it was said. Like, it's a conversation me and David had. But Forrest had to say it. He had to say it because he didn't want people going out looking. He didn't want people going out looking. So he had to say it. He had to say, stop looking. My treasure has been found. Now, every time I think of that, I see Forrest in his vault or walking through that door. I did not, I had no idea. I couldn't even think. Forrest said he was ambivalent if it's found or not. But then to see him upset that it was found, man, that hurt me. Like, that just goes through me now. Forrest wanted to do something, and to think that he wouldn't be able to do it, it must have been a bad thing. I don't know if he was acting. It didn't look like he was acting, but whoever the finder is, whoever the solver is, would have known that the chase wasn't finished. You know, Forrest needed to do something in order to achieve, to succeed in the endeavour that he was undertaking. So, from that point of view, Forrest would have nothing to worry about. Whilst it had been found, the chase was not over. The thrill of the chase was not over. His thrill of the chase was not over. So for him to think that it was, if I can't get out of my head that he was upset because I wasn't expecting that reaction that he would not succeed. It always going to succeed. It was always going to succeed. It was always going to happen. Whatever the endeavour was, it was always going to happen. I figured it out. Bill is Goris again. This chat was very beneficial to me. I openly shared some information I found and nobody was mean. Thank you all for that. Good, I'm glad. Yeah, nobody should be mean. That's the whole point. That what I said at the beginning of this stream and at the end of it. Pandora's box. When this endeavour that Forrest undertook is known, if it's known, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not going to say what it is. If the answers are forthcoming, if I'm asked to explain again, if it's us, then I will. But I won't come out and say it. And I haven't said it, for 4 years, 5 years, whatever it is. I won't say it for another however long I live. Um, Because even though Forrest said it's up to the finder, the stories, etc., whatever, this is Forrest's story, all of it, everything. It's all Forrest. Forrest did all of this, even the solve. You know, basically telling us the solve. Whoever the solver is was told by Forrest what the answer is. All of us was told. All of us. Everyone. Everybody's in the poem. Everybody had a chance to read the poem. Everybody had a chance to listen to Forrest. And somebody else may have done that. This is not me being here saying I'm the solver and I did what was supposed to be done. This is me saying Forrest told us the truth. The chest was found. The treasure was found. Stop looking. You know, that's it. But his endeavour was still being undertook. So you wait. Your effort will be worth the cold. Why would you not be waiting? If your effort is worth the cold, that means the cold shoulder, surely. That means you're going to wait until he's done whatever it is that he's supposed to do, and you won't get any recognition, if there's any recognition to be had, until such time as the endeavour has been, succeeded in. So you wait, and that's what it's supposed to be. And even if, me personally, if I've said to Davey, if Forrest wanted to take it with him, he could take it with him for all I care. It was his undertaking, it was his endeavour. I said, I don't want to take, I feel bad about taking money off other people. It's not, what was put out there was $1 million, but there was other stuff. The secret treasure was totally different. David keeps reminding me, yeah, but he put it out there. He offered it out there. And that's a fair point. It was not about me trying to beat Forrest. It was about, Forrest is going to tell me, and that's the hard bit. If Forrest is going to tell you the answer, it's it seems ungrateful to take away the prize, because I don't know. Whilst I think that if it is us, that I earned it, that we earned it by doing what we did, we only listen to Forrest. That's it's like listening to the maths teacher, and getting your sums right, and then getting a reward for it. Well, yeah, but I only did what they told us to do, so no different than everybody else who was trying to do what they were told to do. But okay, Pandora's box, it's open today. Love is all you need. Love is all you need. The real man we know as Forrest is much more interesting. I would imagine so. For him to think everything that he did, I would imagine so. Well, he threw all of his fish back except one. Well, I remember him being in that boat in all them weeds, which seems like the chase. Spending a long time trying to get that fish. I remember that. Don't know what the heart's for. Is that for your partner? See, like, I say this to David. Sometimes in chat, people say things. I think, oh, they know more than they're saying, because they wouldn't be able to say that. And I'm no further forward now than when I sent Forrest that email about the need to trust. There are people that I trust that I think as my friend and that. But it's hard to know who is a real searcher and who is just part of this um, legacy, this, I don't know what to call it, miracle. I've said before, if Forrest had said to me, I have to be careful what I say 1988. So I'm not saying, so I don't know when Forrest came up with the idea. And it could be before then. But if he said to me, Mario, I've got a plan to do this, and this is what it will do, and it's gonna, affect everybody, and I'm gonna set it up. I'll be like, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. That's not gonna happen. Seriously, no, you've got no chance. You can't do that. There's no way you'll be able to do that. That would be a waste of time. He said, yeah, but what I'm going to do then is I'm going to set up this treasure hunt. I'm going to put all the information in a poem in a book. Well, Forrest, I already said no, don't bother with the first bit. Why, why would you bother with all this other stuff? And how are you going to, get that information to someone to find whatever it is that you're trying to do? I'd have said no. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. No. Don't do it. And yet, it shows what I know. Important word that, but Frank, go, got, go, for you to make that statement, you have to know who he really was. Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? He was such a cutie. He was a child. You see, like it's easy to believe that Frank knows who and what this is about, and then he talks about Forrest being this person, that person, another person, another person. I'm thinking, oh, is he off on one of those again, or is he really talking about the person that we're talking about, Davey? That's the issue. Anybody who has a soul that has nothing to do with the hairs in the chest, give it up. That's got nothing to do with anything. If you don't have a soul that has nothing to do with the hairs, the soul was never about a chest. So no, yeah, the soul was never about the chest. The soul to the poem was never about the chest. You could find a chest with the information in the poem, and there was a soul for the chest in the poem. And again, I'll say, you could find a chest if this is what Forrest wanted. I don't think it is based on the words that are used. You could find a chest. If you found that chest, you got title to the gold. But based on the words that are used, if you found the chest, take the chest game piece, then the other stuff. So basically, for the correct solve to the poem, you could have a simple, there's a poem in the book, The Thrill of the Chase, read it with a little bit of imagination, and you can find a chest. You can have that soul. You can have a diabolical soul with a chest in your lap, and you could have a difficult but not impossible solve that has something to do with the secret treasure and who Forrest Fenn really was, or who the real Forrest Fenn is, whichever way that's worded. And that's what you should be looking at, not just I found a chest, because that's nothing. That really is nothing. He hid everything about his truth since 1970. Well, that doesn't sound too far wrong. Frank, you had 100. Stupid statement. He created 101 rabbit holes, but it was the hole he filled in that was the correct solution. Or the hole he put in that was the correct solution. I don't know about filled in. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Put in below the Homer Brown, filled in below the Homer Brown. I don't know. I don't know. Put in sounds better. Filled in below the Homer Brown. Anyway, I think it's 3:30, not 2:30, like, got a sore tooth. 3:30 a.m. on the 24th, which is the day after, the day before, and all is good in the Forrest Fenn through the chase. It's true what Forrest said. He was born 100 years too late. Yes, he did say that. And we were working, a long time ago, we were working on why that was. But not now. So 100 years too late would have been 1830 if he was born in 1930. Hmm. Trying to work out my maths and that then. Didn't go too well. So I thank you all for your company. I do hope that something happens with Steve.com. Not, for me. I think as far as me and Dave are concerned, today was a good day, a really good day. Whilst I don't feel that Steve.com is any way, shape, or form a solve of the Forrest Fenn chase, in that in order for the thrill of the chase to succeed, you have to know the answer to Steve.com or the end game or X marks the spot. I don't think you had to get the answers to those for the thrill of the chase to be, what it is. But I do think that the thrill of the chase can move forward. I don't think it moves forward because of Steve.com. It may be that Forrest planned it that way, but there are other things that can happen that will, make the chase move forward. Maybe he was born 7 years before that. Maybe he was. Maybe I'll get your things in order. Follow Jesus. He is the Savior. All the things that are coming. Well, I don't think anybody can disagree that there's some bad shit going on within our little world. And everything seems to be getting worse and not better. So the if you're in lowland, I don't think having water and stuff is going to do much for you. boat might, a canoe, but I think first assess what the possible dangers are, and then make whatever preparations you need. If it is that there's going to be a lot of water, which is the favourite favourable scenario, that there's going to be a lot more water in America than there has been, then that would suggest that anything that's sea levelish, going up a bit, is going to be in trouble. So you don't want to be there. Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? Once the land is flooded, then obviously getting to the shops, having power, gas, those sort of things. Maybe, well, no, I don't know about gas, but electrics, not going to be too good. Nipping down the shop, nah, that's not going to happen. So all food and drink. Again, if you're flooded, and I mean over the house, it's not going to help you. Maybe Forrest was hinting at everyone moving toward the Rockies. Whee! Well, church is in the mountains. Feel free to follow your own religion, but don't bring it to my front door. I have been through hell, and at the end of the day, it was me that found my peace. No one gave it to me. Well, I don't know. Why would a dying man not want his location to be told? I honestly believe you do not understand Forrest Fenn at all. But then again, I don't believe you know what you're looking for to begin with. I'm not looking for anything. Why would a dying man not want his location to be told? Why would a dying man not want it? Well, if he wanted it to be told, he'd have just said it. But he said, feel free to rob my grave. If he wanted it to be known, he would have just said it. People make up excuses for why their souls don't work and try to, underpin other people's souls. But I haven't given a soul, so I don't get what that statement is. Maybe I don't know, Forrest, or what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for anything. I don't get what that statement is. If I'm not looking for nothing, I don't get what that statement is. I'm not looking for anything. And me alone. Not just flooding, bombings, fires, etc. The highest town in the Rockies is at 10,200 feet. Ooh, there you go. So, above 5,000, below 10,200 means you're all stuffed. Art. He kind of liked it. He liked even more what he could do with it. Time. He knew all about time. Yes, he did know all about time. He knew that much. He threw it in the bin. And then decided, no, let's get it back. Yeah, I think they know those things, Davey. They just Gorist again. Forrest gave explicit instructions not to share the location. What don't you understand about that? I would not even tell my mother of the place that I was going to die in. I would not tell my mother of the place that I was going to die in. I don't even want my mother visiting me. What? I don't get it. I don't get why people say some things. I would not even tell my mother. If I was going to die, I'm going to go to this place, and if my mom's still alive, she ain't going to know. Don't want my mother to know. I would not even tell my mother. I don't know Forrest. I don't know what I'm looking for. I would not even tell my mother. Would you tell your mother where you're going to die? If your mother's still alive, sorry. Would you tell her where you were going to die so she could come and visit you? Or would you not even tell her? No. No. Wasn't out of time, was he? He came out of the Air Force and lived another, I don't know, 50, 40 odd years. He says he threw it away because he didn't want to wake. He didn't want it to tell him, get up before the sun rose and go to bed before the sun went down or something like that. And if everyone else has the answers, why are you asking us? It's a weird thing that I don't think people listen to what Forrest says, and then if they do listen, they don't remember. But if Forrest is not even going to tell his own mother of the place where he wants to die, why would anybody? Why would anybody say where it is? Why would anybody say where it is? Why would anyone want to give out that location? If Forrest wouldn't tell most men, favour, their moms, but he wouldn't tell his mother, so she could not even visit him. Do you know how much that would hurt somebody? Do you know how much that would hurt a mother if you said, "I'm not telling you where I'm going to die. I don't want you to visit me. I don't want you to know where it is. I don't want you to tell anyone where it is." That is some secret to be held. When basically that's what you're saying. I don't want you to know, and I don't want you to tell anyone else. Extinction? Maybe he wants to wait for his family's extinction. I don't know what that means. His mum would have to figure it out. Yeah, she'd have to go on the blogs and listen to K-Pro and Ben and Bill and Street and see. Did you disregard the word shares? Page 133. That was meant to share a treasure hunt with others. Of course, it was meant to share. Yeah, it's not just It's not. That's You're missing the point. I would not even tell my mother. You're missing the point. I would not even tell my mother of the place I want to die. That's a strong statement. Really strong statement. You will not know where I am going to die, Mom. And you will not be able to tell anybody else. Not Dad, not my brothers or sisters, not my friends, no one. You will not even be able to tell them. I will keep it secret. And therefore you will keep it secret. I'd say it was a secret. I don't disregard anything. And if you heard my videos before, I've already talked about that word share. Because that word share could mean two people could know the secret if one of them is dead. That's what we'll share. Share that two people know, or share that they tell. It's vital that nobody tells my secret, or it's vital that nobody knows my secret, using the word share. I'm not talking about your mother, he's talking about his mother. You would want your mother, if you died, you would want your mother to know where you were dying so she could come and see you. And Forrest said, I'm not even going to tell my mum. I'm not going to tell her she can't come and see me, and she can't tell anyone else to come and see me either. That's a bit strong, that is. That is really strong, that you wouldn't tell your own mother where you would be going to die so that she could come and visit you. That sounds a bit strong. Well, to be fair, my mother wouldn't care anyway. She'd be like, I'm not interested. What are you telling me for? I'm not bothered. Yeah, I think my mother could keep quiet. Maybe she wasn't. Yes, I know, Amy. I'm just saying that was a strong statement to make. Maybe it doesn't mean what you think it means, but yeah, it's a strong statement to make. That you make that statement. I would not even tell my mother. At the end of the day, seriously, at the end of the day, please listen. Forrest is talking about a chest, and Forrest is talking about a diabolical answer, and Forrest is talking about a difficult but not impossible solve. And you have to try and work out which statement, no, not which statement, which prize Forrest was talking about when he makes those statements. Now, if, please listen, I'm sick of saying the same things. The solve is not about a chest. If you have a solve that only talks about a chest, that's not the answer. I don't care how much you hate it, it's not the answer. The answer is not about a chest. Don't tell me you found a chest. I don't even need to know your name. And no, Forrest did not lie. I can't believe I say the same things over and over again and people don't hear it. Don't tell me you found a chest. What does that mean? What does it mean? It's irrelevant. The chest means nothing. It's nothing. The chest is nothing. Don't tell me you found a chest. Read me what the poem says, and it's game over. That is totally different than I found a chest. The solve is not you found a chest. Forrest told everybody. The solve is not about you found a chest, because don't tell me you found a chest. Don't tell me you found a chest. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. No, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me you found a chest. I know you found a chest. I even know your name. I know the solve you have. Don't tell me your name. Don't tell me you found a chest. I don't even need to know your name. Read me what the poem says. How in all of that statement, forget everything else you've heard about the chase. Forget everything about the chase. Forget the front of the chase book. Forget everything you heard about the chase. How in that statement is there a solve about a chest? There isn't. There is not. It's not. It doesn't exist. Don't tell me you found a chest. Forget it then. Okay, I didn't find a chest. That means I'm wrong. If I cannot tell you, Forrest, that I found a chest, I'm wrong. In regard to what the solve to the Forrest Fenn poem is. There is a chest, yes, but I can guarantee you now, if you have a solve with 9 clues that take you past the second clue, it's not yours. That's not the answer. And if you understood anything, for the 100 times I say it, there was only ever going to be one spot. What does that mean? If you can just think, just a bit of deep thinking using logic, if there was only ever going to be one spot, what does that mean? Now, I don't see that it's difficult to work that out. There was only ever going to be one spot. If I told you the homing brain, go right straight to it. There was only ever going to be one spot. It doesn't get any simpler. It really doesn't get any simpler. One spot, one place. Could you do that? Read that back. I just did earlier. I read the time on the Stiff.com clock. May or may not be right. But the Stiff.com clock has not moved. Is it waiting for somebody to tell them what the time is to be set on there? Now, that's a big thing to do, because if Stiff.com is not related to the chase, they could just stuff it over and say, no, wrong. But I believe that it's part of the chase, in the sense that Forrest has put the information in the poem related to the Stiff.com site. Now, the issue with that is there are many numbers in the, even though people say there aren't no numbers in the poem, there are many numbers in the poem that it could be. But I believe that following the same method gets you the correct answer. And where it could be 10 or 2, it's 13, because that leaves you worth the cold, in the wood, and to the gold. That gives you that same ending that I've showed you before, and before that, and before that. It's the same ending, where it finishes in the wood, worth the cold, in the wood, and to the gold. So that gives you the 13, then the 14 hours, then the 14 minutes, then the 11 seconds. And the 14 is based on the fact that it's put in, so put in, below the hanging brown is the number 14. So at the put in, you've got 14. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm not, it doesn't affect me. I've always said, if you don't hear both sides of the story, how do you know, you have to make a decision? I don't mind if people don't like anything that I say. I absolutely don't. I'm not doing it for me. Hi everyone, not posting because someone needs to make my post. It's any moderators. My posts were fine. Dave, there's only been Davey, Richard, and Tigger, and Pirate. Pirate came and went. There's only been Davey now. Richard's gone, or not posting anyway. There's only Tigger and Davey, and I don't think they delete your posts. I don't think there's anyone else here that has it. You can have a wrench. It make no difference to me, but I don't see why people. I haven't seen people delete stuff. There's moderator. It won't happen now. And I think it'll have to come on next time. What words on change chat? No, also. What that means. And review and remove chat messages and hide or put users in timeout. I don't think it'll come on now, Lee. Leave it. Next time you come in, it will. If we are wrong, it is input that matches what FF said to do. That is a contribution to the chase. Yeah, I don't think we have to justify anything. At the end of the day, if you don't believe what we say, if you don't like what we say, we can't help that. But everything that's said and done is based on a truth that we have from the Through Chase, and our thoughts. But none of those thoughts are meant to be derogatory to anyone else, other than these are statement of facts. The information given by Forrest Fenn tells you whether your solve is correct or not. If you don't like that, I can't help that. But that information is simple information to understand. There was only ever going to be one spot. Why do you need 9 clues for? There was only ever going to be one spot. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. Why do you need 9 clues for that? Now, I'm just telling you the simple truth, and you don't want to listen to it, fine. But it is the simple truth, simplified, and you don't hear it. I can't help that either. Oh, it has. It's come up. You come up moderated. I thought it'd come up next time, but I don't think I'll give a mod to Troy. I don't think I've done that. I think it's Pirate, Richard, Davy, Tigger, Indy, maybe. Not Fendi, not Street. Can't think of anyone else. Anyone else, Davy? Lily Bellner. No, can't think of anyone. Yep. Well, what's more feasible to believe? One person with an individual soul has the correct soul, or one person with all the souls has the correct soul. No worries, Lily. I don't like blocking anyone or timing people out or whatever. Like I said, I've only done it to Smoking Joe because it's just being silly. At some point, lessons have to be taught because people just don't want to listen. That's not because I'm a nasty person. It's because whilst being tolerant, I only take so much, and then you're your own worst enemy as far as I can see. And it's like coming in here and being rude. If you come in here and be rude, I wouldn't come into your house and be rude. Don't come into mine and be rude. But if you come into mine and be rude, I'll be rude right back to you. So anyway, I'm going now. I hope nobody else has gone live because I don't really like treading on people's toes. Blimey, it's 4 o'clock. Just want to clarify, that information is not to do with a solve of the Forrest Fenn chase, but it may be, to move it forward, because if correct, then it's another thing that proves the poem. So the information before has been correct. If this information is also correct, then it just adds credence to what the poem is able to do. So ciao for now. Thanks everyone. Enjoy tonight. It's been good. Take care. Hope those people that were involved in those fires are safe and smoke free, as it were. Ciao for now.